All right, we'll wait for the next globe believer then. Nicole, welcome. How's it going?
Hello. Not too bad.
Good, good. What brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
I don't even know, honestly. I was just bored.
Must be serendipitous. Someone must want you to know that the Earth isn't a big spinning ball. You heard anything about it? You ever listened to any Flat Earth discussion? Are you totally new?
A fair amount. I don't really follow a great deal.
So what is it you think the Flat Earthers are saying, generally? What's their argument? If you could summarize it.
I don't really know much beyond them believing the Earth isn't round.
Okay. Do you think they think it's like a flat disk floating in space?
I mean, I've heard a lot of different arguments. Some people think Antarctica surrounds the entire plate or whatever. And other people have other beliefs on exactly what the consist is.
Yeah, you see some images of it being this plate floating in the galaxy with the other ball planets and sun and moon and all that.
Yeah.
Well,
I personally don't believe it, but there you go.
Yeah, I don't believe that either. That's not actually what's being claimed. So we're not in a solar system like they've told us. We're not in a big empty space flying around. The surface is flat and motionless, and we're in a contained system. So it's like the difference between being on the outside of a big spinning ball, flying through an empty space, compared to we're in essentially what's like a giant building, giant construct with walls and a ceiling.
Okay. Interesting.
You know how we know that?
I would like to be enlightened.
Well, we know that because the Earth's surface, the ground beneath our feet, is observed, measured, and practically used when it comes to things like navigation, flight, travel, everything, as flat and motionless. And we know we're contained because we live in a pressurized system. You know what gas pressure is?
Well, you can tell me.
So gas pressure is defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. Right? So like air in a balloon, air in a tire, air in a canister, deodorant in a can. Yeah, so when you put gas into an enclosed container, it's pressing against that container. Yeah?
Okay.
That's why it's called pressure. And press is in the word, because it's pressing. So, are you aware that the air that we breathe is a pressurized gas?
Well, yes, because obviously the Earth has an atmosphere.
Yeah, that's a pressurized gas. I wouldn't say atmosphere, because that would imply that the air is in a sphere shape, when we know that gas has no inherent shape, doesn't form
It's
a
less to do
sphere.
with it being a sphere, more of it to do with just being a word.
Well, yeah, but sphere is in the word, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's many words that contain other words but don't mean it.
Well, no, because the word atmosphere, it means air ball, basically, because atmo is the air, atmos. And then they add sphere at the end to make you conjure this picture of a ball of gas around a ball Earth. But when you think about it, you'll realize that gas doesn't actually form a shape, doesn't form a cube, doesn't form a sphere, doesn't form a pyramid, doesn't take a shape. Right? So it's just the atmo. There's no sphere. So the air that we breathe is a pressurized gas around 14.7 psi at sea level. And
To be fair, it would take the shape of the container, and should that container be sphere, then it would be spherical.
Yes, true. Right, so it'll take the shape of a container. And yeah, if you had a spherical container, spherical gas is in a spherical container, are they? They're telling us that our spherical gas is existing in a giant vacuum. So that would be like if you got a big vacuum chamber on Earth and you pump some gas into it, some air. They're telling us that it's forming a tiny little sphere and creating a little habitable zone for things to breathe it. But in reality, gas expands in all directions in a vacuum chamber, fills the container, like we said. So, almost ironically simple, the fact that we breathe tells us that the Earth is not a ball existing in a big vacuum. Every breath tells us that we're in a contained system, breathing pressurized gas.
Okay.
And when we ask people, well, can you show us gas pressure without a container? Do you know what they say?
I would like to know.
They can't.
Yeah, but wouldn't you still be able to have that container with a spherical planet?
What, you mean like a spherical planet with a spherical physical container around it?
Well, yes.
That's not what they're saying, though.
Who exactly is they?
Well, the people who told us that this Earth was a ball spinning around in a vacuum. You know, people who set the education system, the curriculum, NASA, mainstream media. Those people,
Let me
they're
just
telling
clarify
us,
which education systems we're talking about exactly.
well, any public education system, at least in the Western world, which it sounds like you may be from.
Oh, well, I am half English, half Filipino, so
Okay.
got experience with
Well, I would
an okay
presume,
education system and a really shit one.
well, I would presume that they're also teaching a spherical Earth in the Filipino education system. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm assuming they are.
Well, to be honest, in the Philippines, a lot of people aren't very educated anyway, so.
Yeah, but those that are, that go to some kind of public education, they'll be told that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But funnily enough, most of the people in the Philippines who believe in a flat Earth tend to not be very well educated.
Well, you don't need to be that well educated.
Aspects.
You don't really need to be that well educated to understand that the Earth isn't a big spinning ball. In fact, you need to be quote unquote educated to believe such a thing. And instead of educated, I would say it's more like being brainwashed once you realize. Because you would never assume that you're on a big spinning ball in a vacuum unless someone told you.
I mean, most people didn't, but
Most people didn't what?
Most people wouldn't assume that, and they didn't for a few thousand years. But
well, basically for all of human history, people have understood that the Earth's a motionless topographical realm, and it's contained. It's only in the last few hundred years, at most, really, that people in the West have pushed this notion on everyone else in the world, and they've claimed it as some philosophical high ground and superior intellect, when in reality, it's just a philosophical concept that they've came up with and then supported with fraudulent imagery and video. But in reality, we can go out into reality and we can just test the nature of it. Things like gas pressure, and understand that that requires a container, which, like I said, in all the education systems, they're teaching you it's a big spinning ball that doesn't have a container. It's just open to a vacuum. And that wouldn't work, right? Because 14.7 psi of air pressure, that would be a high pressure system compared to the incredibly low pressure system of space. And the law of entropy tells us that high pressure flows to low pressure. So if what they were saying was true, we would all be dead because all the air would have just rushed off into the lower pressure space. It's like when you puncture a tire, all that air will not stay in the tire. It will flow out into the lower pressure space, the surrounding environment. That's basically what would happen, but it would be almost instantaneous. And we'd just all be dead.
But why would that work differently with a spherical Earth or a flat Earth?
Because on a spherical Earth,
with a flat Earth?
Because on a spherical Earth, they're telling you there's high pressure gas sitting next to an empty space, when in reality, gas will rush to fill that empty space. Just moves in all directions. But what we're saying,
they're also telling you that there is a layer there that keeps it contained.
No. The layer, that gas, the atmo, that is the gas that must be contained by something physical in order to be there. Otherwise, it would flow into a lower pressure space. That's what gas does. Gas fills a vacuum. It doesn't form a little local ball in it. It rushes out into every available space. Whereas what we're saying is, that's not possible. The way gas pressure works is that it's contained, confined, physically. So that's what we are. You ever heard of a terrarium? You know what a terrarium is?
I have not.
So you can look it up. It's
T-E with the word.
T-E-R-R-A, terra, the root word earth. Terra, T-E-R-R-A-R-I-U-M, terrarium. It's almost like a fish tank for fish, but it's not got any water in it, and it's sealed. And you can put a bunch of dirt, earth in there, some seeds, and some water, and you seal it off completely, airtight. And it will generate its own gas and water cycle, and the life will flourish. The plants will grow, insects will thrive, little animals too, if it's big enough. And that's a completely sealed system, right? But if you were to put that system in a vacuum and then open the lid, everything would just die. Right, so...
Yeah, but it's a very small scale.
Yeah, so that's like a small scale version of what we have on Earth here, which is what our situation is, which is why it's called a terrarium. Terra, Terra. It's Latin for Earth.
Yeah. Could I also ask you, do you reject the idea of the force of gravity or Earth having a gravitational pull?
Well, the mainstream actually now reject the idea that gravity is a force and have done for over 100 years.
Well, weight is the force, but you know what I mean.
No, they say there is no force, and it's a consequence of the uneven distribution of mass due to the bending and warping of space-time, if you can imagine that.
Okay.
So what you're thinking about is Newtonian physics.
Yes, is that what you
Which,
reject?
well, yeah, I mean, they reject it too. They say Einsteinian is their current working theory.
Who
But then
exactly
even,
say though?
well, like if you went to university and studied physics,
Yeah, but I haven't, so I would like to ask you who they is.
that's what I'm saying. The people who would teach mainstream physics at a university will teach that Einstein is the current theory of gravity.
First of all, we have the theory of gravity. Gravity, students, we lied to you.
That audio is coming through choppy, but if someone can play that, that's a good clip. That's Michio Kaku, the PhD guy on TV, saying how we lied to everyone, all the kids in school, by telling them that gravity was a force, because it's not.
So what would you say gravity is?
Well, it depends what you mean when you say gravity, right? It's quite a loaded term. People have a lot of different ideas. So when someone says gravity to me, I assume what they mean is when I drop a rock or my phone, it falls down. But that alone doesn't really tell us much. You also have to consider that we drop some things and they don't go down, like a helium balloon goes up. So the question is, why are things going up and down? Right. So what would happen
it's also not immune to gravity, because eventually it will...
Well, hold on. Because you've stumbled onto something there, which I would say. So the helium balloon rises, you say, because it's less dense than the air around it, yeah?
Yeah.
So then it would make sense that what happens to an object which is more dense than the air around it, so it goes down, right?
Yeah.
So the vertical distribution of objects, up or down, seems to be directed by the object's density in relation to the density of the medium that it's in. Now, beyond that, if you were to say, but what causes that directional movement? What is the mechanism behind that? You can only guess, which is why all we have are theories. It's like a mechanic in a video game trying to pull apart the code, which you don't have access to. It's just a passive effect that's occurring always, and you can play about with it. You can test it and observe it, measure it, but you can't turn it on and off to know what that mechanism is. You can't manipulate it in that way. Yeah, so that's an interesting subject, but what they've done is they've taken that phenomena and they've spun it into a story about how you're on a big spinning ball, and this phenomena is demonstrative of you being pulled towards the center of this big spinning ball, because they had to come up with a story as to how we could be stuck to the side of a big spinning ball. They have to come up with something. So this is their attempt at it, trying to tell you that when you drop your phone, you can know that you're on a big spinning ball, when logically that doesn't follow. So the observation of things falling or rising doesn't tell us we're on a ball or that we're on a flat Earth. It doesn't tell us what we're on. It just tells us this is what objects seem to do in the medium of air, water, other gases, whatever. So I'd say it's a red herring that they've taught us in school is actually an argument for being on a globe. When you think about it logically, you can understand that it doesn't tell you what you're on. It requires you to assume that story about there being an attraction to the center of a ball for you to then go, that's because I'm on a ball. But if that was never put in your head, you would never make that link. Just because an apple falls on a guy's head a few hundred years ago, we can know we live on a spinning ball. It's just concept.
To be fair, that wasn't a straight true story. That was a story
it's a
to explain
apocryphal.
how it happens.
Well, you'd be surprised, however, how many people tell us they think they live on a spinning ball because this apple fell on this guy's head and he came up with some idea, even though it's not even the idea that the mainstream are supporting now.
Well, I'd say there's plenty of people mainstream still supporting it.
Well, if you get to the so-called subject matter experts, they'd say no. It's Einsteinian's bending, warping space-time, not Newton's attraction instantaneously at a distance, which he didn't even support himself, but has been later attributed to him in life, or in death, I should say.
Okay. Can I also ask you what you think about the 24-hour daylight experiment in Antarctica? I'm sure you are aware of it.
Yeah, again, I'd say it's another red herring.
How so?
If anything, to me, seeing the sun, well, because the globe side come and tell us that we know the Earth's a globe because the sun goes down. It goes and sets, and that proves that the Earth's a globe, but then all of a sudden, at the same time, when it doesn't set, that also proves a globe. When in fact, it's the flat earthers who are saying the sun's always above the Earth. It's never going below it. This would just appear to be an example of that occurring. The sun's not going down anywhere. So I don't know how that makes a globe argument. But
So
I understand
what do you
a lot.
think moves and how?
Say that again?
So what do you believe moves and how do you believe it moves?
Well, I observed the sun moving. I don't need to believe that. That's just an everyday observation that everyone has. How it moves, what's its mechanism, can't be tested. Like the gravity thing. You can't pause it and start it again and figure out what's doing that.
Yeah,
You
but
can
if it
only
is
observe
above the Earth all the time, then what exactly causes day and night then?
Well, because it's moving. It's moving. The sun's moving away and it's taking its light with it. So again, they've given us a story about the sun and how big it is, but we don't actually know that that's the case. And what's seemingly apparent is that the sun is a more local light than they've told us. And as it's moving over the face of the Earth, as we observe it, it takes its light with it. It lights up some other place that it then goes to, leaves darkness behind, and repeats.
So what about the rest of the stars and observable planets?
Yeah, they're more like a calendar and a clock rather than destinations. So it's like we've been given a giant ceiling clock with which to orient our lives by time. So we know when to plant, when to harvest, all this kind of stuff. So the sun is giving us the days and the nights. The moon is giving us the months. They're called the months, the moons. And the stars are giving us the time of year, the seasons, so we can orient our lives and thrive. But they've given us this story that makes them like destinations, like places you could imagine going to one day. I don't believe that's the case. I don't think they're visitable, let's say. For human beings, at least, on this earth.
So if
So
you were
yeah, it's
to
more like a
map
ceiling.
out so if you were to map out the world, how exactly would you draw it?
Well, how would I draw it? What, from my
where do you think
imagination?
everything goes?
Everything, well, I mean, you can't get that kind of view of the earth to see the whole thing at once, like a God's eye view. We don't have access to that. So this is something that you need to come to grips with in this topic. The practical limits to your knowledge. right? You've been raised and trained to think that you do know what the Earth looks like in its entirety, but you don't. You've never seen that, you never will, and no one has. So I wouldn't presume to be able to depict the entirety of the Earth with any accuracy. I mean, not to say that people can't make maps, and certain localized maps for sure are used for navigation and exploration, all kinds of things. But to do a world map, I mean, just think about the practical undertaking of that. Mapping all the known territories and then the unknown, potentially. It's beyond the scope of members of the public.
Because, well, I mean, there's certainly some stuff you would be able to gain some insight on. I mean, I regularly fly to the Philippines, so...
Yeah, you can certainly depict what you can travel and what you can know to a degree, but even then, when it comes to traveling large distances in aircraft and things like that, doesn't make it an easy job to then start mapping what you see and doing all that.
Okay.
And that's not to say that we don't have maps that depict generally where the known continents are in relation to each other, but like what that all looks like exactly, I mean, I wouldn't put forward any new map or say anything's drastically, I don't know. It's a tough one. We don't have that view, but there's certainly loads of information out there from people who are trying to do this kind of thing, come up with what the entirety of the place looks like. I would try, but yeah, we've got resources back on our home server, which someone can send you a link to, I'm sure, and we've got a channel on maps, so be some interesting stuff there to look at if you're interested.
Do you think it's possible to fly over the Arctic, like fly over the North Pole, and be on the opposite side of the world?
Like north to south circumnavigation? No one's doing that. East to west, yes.
Well, here's the thing. I have New York JFK to Singapore.
You didn't go over the Arctic or the Antarctic, though.
It flies over the Arctic.
Well, not the North Pole.
Well, yes, it is. It does.
No, it doesn't fly over the North Pole.
It does. It's in the flight plan.
Show me.
It doesn't at the moment because of Russia sanctions, but before
directly on the North Pole, beneath 90 degrees from Polaris. No, it doesn't. I'd be surprised if they were even claiming that this is what they're doing. But feel free to share a link in the chat, and I'll take a look at it when I get a sec. But anyway, apologies. I have to jump off now and go on to listening mode. I don't know if there's any other flat earthers here who can talk to you, but check out the home server, discord.gg/flatearth, if you want more information.
Yeah.
And who else? Let me have a quick look.
Either way, just very quickly, if anyone's interested in the flight, it's SQ24. It's operated by Singapore Airlines. If you look at some historic logs, then you'll see it fly over the North Pole. It's in the flight plan. It obviously wouldn't always fly directly over, but it gets very, very close and enough to turn from north to south.
Well, if you post a link to the flight plan that's showing you, or the whatever you're looking at that's seeing this, we'll take a look at it. But yeah, no one's going over the North Pole.
You can see the flight routes that are mapped out.
Yeah, well, post that in the chat that shows it going directly over the North Pole, because...
Yeah, and they're mapped by the plane's transponder, sending signals to the ground.
Yeah, okay, so show us all that of it going directly over the North Pole. Either way, even if it did, it would be flying over a North Pole on a flat surface, because all pilots are treating the Earth as flat and motionless.
The thing is, most pilots are not flat earthers. And flight
they are, because they live on a flat Earth. And, I mean, I know what you mean. They wouldn't say necessarily, I'm a flat earther, but, there are a bunch of pilots on video saying, yeah, the Earth's flat. Now, how genuine they're being, that would be up to you to decide. But yeah, we certainly have pilots who've said that.
The thing is, there are some commercial pilots who on record don't work for Amazing Airlines, who do say that.
Well, we've got pilots from KLM who've said that. They're not bad, are they?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there was a really, really bad KLM pilot, but that's a whole nother story.
Well, there's been bad pilots in every airline.
Yeah.
That doesn't generally say that they're bad.
Honestly, I think some of the worst pilots I've met are in British Airways, to be fair.
Very possible. But anyway, I'm going to jump off. But it was nice to meet you, nice to talk to you. Hey, Flat Lloyd, I don't know if you're on, are you?
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, perfect. Right. Please continue the conversation with Nicole. She's new and she's asking questions. She's curious and she's very polite.
Hey,
so thank you, Nicole. You have a good chat and good luck on your quest.
Yeah, I was listening in, and I would say, like, you know, flying over the North Pole isn't really in contention. Like, that doesn't really tell you if it's flat or a ball in this case. But, like, what would be in contention for me and that I would love to see is if somebody flew over Antarctica, right, to the other side of the globe, which in this case, and at least according to a lot of our research, has never happened. They don't go over Antarctica.
Well, as an aviation nerd, I will say, also not
too cold,
obviously not much of a scientist myself, but as a massive aviation nerd, the main reason for not flying over Antarctica is because it has absolutely, honestly, just zero benefits to flights. It would make pretty much every flight route longer. There's barely any reason to do it, aside from going to Antarctica, which certain airlines have done. I believe North Atlantic have, and also Qantas famously did, and they crashed a plane there.
Yeah, I mean, we can go to Antarctica for sure.
Yeah.
But in this case, yeah, we just get a bunch of like, it's not even worth our time. Oh, it's too cold.
I mean, it's not that it's too cold.
Longer,
it's not too cold because plenty of flights.
No, but I mean, these are the legitimate reasons that they say. To be fair, that doesn't really prove if the Earth is flat or a globe either. But it is something interesting to
with the most
point
common
out, right?
like flat Earth models that I've seen, it complies with the flat Earth flying directly over the North Pole, which SQ-24 does actually do. To be fair, on when Russia's busy, you know,
I don't think that's in contention.
Sanctioning every other airline, but.
I mean, to be fair, I've seen like a video where it was like, we're flying over the North Pole and it looks like a vortex. And, you know, it is kind of a sketchy video to say the very least. To be fair, it's like.
That's probably more of it just being a sketchy video.
Have you seen that one? The one that I'm talking about?
Have not, but I have flown on that route.
Nice. Yeah, I've been fortunate to travel a lot in life too.
Yeah, me as well. Fly on a very regular basis.
About twice a year for myself as well.
Oh, I've flown like 12 times this year, so.
Nice.
But yeah,
But in this case, I think what really, proves flat Earth for me, and yeah, and I know how it can sound. Myself, I discovered it, at least for myself, in 2014 in my master's class, actually, in my studio for architecture. We were studying the moon and the sun and specifically water and the violet hours, right? So that we could actually depict the right amount of light for actually a residential situation or, just certain experiences. So, I mean, you start measuring the light and you start noticing that the moon and the sun are sometimes gargantuan right at the horizon. You start learning about lensing effects and you start learning just a lot more about air, right, and nature and really what's going on. You start realizing what the stars are doing.
Hello.
And vice versa, right? But in this case, what really proves it is actually the dynamics and the fluid dynamics of water, right? if water lays flat and level, and a majority of the Earth's surface, we're told, is at least 70 to 75% water, then, well, a majority of the Earth is flat. Now, of course, there's topography, right? Plains, valleys, mountains, all those kinds of things. But not the Earth curve that we're told geometrically by a lot of top-down systems like NASA, JAXA, RASA, ESA. Now we got India involved. So it can get kind of big really quick. Like, what do you mean? They've been lying to all of us our entire lives? That's ridiculous. Well,
true.
By the way, just to touch on a point that you said earlier, while there is basically no point of flying over the South Pole, let me remember the year, 1977, for Pan American, don't know if you've heard of them. You probably have.
Yeah.
They're a defunct airline. But they flew a Boeing 747 for their 50th anniversary on a flight chartered as Pan Am Flight 50. And that was a pole-to-pole trip, and did fly directly over the South Pole, and that has been logged. Their route was San Francisco, flying over the North Pole and landing in Greenland, and then in London, then London to Cape Town, and then Cape Town over the South Pole to Auckland in New Zealand, and then flying to San Francisco again.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to take a look at it. If you could post that, that'd be great. However, in this case, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, we can project things, and we can act like we know where every single landmass is on the Earth, but I don't think anybody does. To be completely honest with you, you'd have to be flying around a lot, and, well, you'd have to be making flat Earth measurements, actually, to begin with. You'd have to assume a flat level baseline. You would line it up with the horizon, and you would start making angle measurements. Now, don't get me wrong, if you assume that it's a globe in the first place, you'll assume that it's a tangent that you're measuring from. But that's just the trick. You have to assume that it's a globe in the first place. Same thing with refraction. When you have long distance observations, the geometric horizon never seems to be actually where an Earth curve calculator presents it to be. In this case, I mean, we could look at the sky, we could see what the sun, the stars, the planes, and everything are doing. However, what would actually give you definitive proof is to, of course, measure the Earth's surface. As I was saying last time about the water, it's simple fluid dynamics. And actually, what's crazy about this topic is that it's extremely simple. The answer is in the water.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't magically tell you what the shape of the Earth is. I tend to kind of poke fun and say that it's lake-shaped. Well, what shape is a lake? It's lake-shaped. What shape is a rock? Irregular. It's a rock shape, right? In my case, I could imagine that this place is actually probably very irregular. I don't know. I haven't traveled every extent of the known world. But if there was an organization, say before they formed, like with NASA, and I don't know if you understand like the formation or the history of NASA, or even some of these space agencies, how they came about, was particularly after the exploration and heavily exploration after World War II in Antarctica of many countries, right? And yeah, we get tidbits of stories of more resources or more land. To be fair, again, kind of hearsay, no definitive proof there. However, what's interesting about that is, well, when you start to ask why would you lie about a globe, right? Well, if you had the world's resources, knowledge, and really all this power over entire societies, well, I mean, I think you would hold on to that, right? You could actually control societies by controlling where they think they live. And you could make them buy, consume, You can make them argue with each other and fight it out and probably make money off of that too. But systematic control seems to be a large faction, right, of at least why the whole reason behind all of this. Well, I think actually that answer maybe lies closer to the beginning in the formations of maybe NASA.
Yeah. Honestly, NASA's not very relevant to me. Being
JAXA,
nowhere near the United States, so
sure.
Although I have been to the United States a couple times, and it's interesting to say the least.
You never went to space camp?
Space camp?
Yeah, a common thing when you live close to the Houston NASA, space station, or not space station, but the space headquarters in Texas.
I did make a brief one-day visit to the Kennedy Space Center and then went to Miami. So.
Oh, I see.
Just have a look. I mean.
I was a huge NASA fanboy and space frontier. I wanted to be an astronaut myself. I mean, I settled for architecture, but. I'm just saying, a lot of us here, and especially I would imagine every genuine flat earther that you seem to talk to, I can assure you that they were all taught the globe, just like everybody else. There's only actually one that I've ever met, even in these Discord calls, that was actually raised by her parents on flat earth. And she was a 77-year-old woman.
Okay. If you went on a flight like over the South Pole, would your viewpoint change at all?
Not really. I mean, it would definitely be interesting, right?
Like, say, for
and
example,
maybe it would mean that the maps are wrong, the projections are wrong. But it wouldn't magically make the Earth suddenly curve to the claimed geometry that they're claiming. But I mean, that's great news if there actually, is somebody going across. Maybe it's more of an island. I really don't know. What I do know is that the Earth's surface measures flat and not to a, 3,959 mile radius globe. That you can actually test because they kind of screwed up. They gave us the exact geometry so that we could actually maybe falsify it. The problem is, us quote unquote flat earthers, we started testing the globe for ourselves and realizing in reality that it wasn't matching the mathematics because it's a geometric question, right? In this case, I mean, don't get me wrong. If you have that evidence, maybe it would. Maybe the continents are shaped different. In fact, have you ever heard that before? That the Mercator map is demonstrably out of scale?
That is well known and pointed out, right. Mainly because the Mercator projection solely works with the assumption that the Earth is round.
Not quite. Actually, it's more like a tube. But did you know there's like 230 projections?
Well, that's how they would get the Mercator projection from a tube.
Right.
But the only reason the measurements and directions work is with the assumption of a round Earth. That's why planes look like they're taking curved routes but don't turn at all.
Yeah, and I think the key there is with the assumption of a round Earth, because there's 230 other projections that don't assume always particularly curvilinear Earth. Right? For instance, I'll post a few of them. But perhaps in this case, the Mercator projection favored some of the biases, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you thought it was a globe for 500 years and you were wrong, and you developed all this power and control, would you really let go of it? And just go, oh man, I'm sorry, we got it wrong. My family's been enslaving you for the last 500 years, but we're sorry.
The thing is, with the Mercator projection and the routes that planes fly, for example, London to New York, they would fly like over Greenland and Canada,
That's cool. Yeah.
Taking a route that looks curved on the Mercator projection, but it is literally fact that the plane is flying directly straight. So, do you think that complies with other projections as well? Or is there a specific projection that you think that complies with?
Not particularly, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, some things work on some projections, other things work better on other projections. I mean, we have local maps for a reason, right? Because locality, they understand maybe even the meteorological conditions, right, that affect, again, those angle measurements we were talking about. And the trick there is assuming the globe in the first place or just leaving the measurement the way it is. Which, by the way, in architecture, surveying, civil engineering, we don't have a Earth curvature function in AutoCAD, by the way. I think you guys attribute, great things to us, and that's fair. But nobody's out here building on a watery spinning ball, right? In fact, they say, "Oh, it's so, it's just negligible," right? We just don't even have to add it. But I mean, in your case, I think you're more or less trying to figure out kind of what it looks like from above, and I definitely get that. I definitely wanted that picture myself because that's the way I was taught the globe. I was taught this globe with a picture. They pulled down a map. They showed me a ball in the front of the room. They made sure at the beginning of every video was a spinning universal ball or zooming into a ball to start the movie, right? It's been reinforced a lot of our lives, especially in the media. And really anything you pick up or read, a logo, it's probably got a ball in it too, to be completely honest. Heavily saturated.
The thing is, to be fair, we are in very, very different industries.
Sure.
I think
I'm just saying, I'm not trying to figure out actually what this map is. In fact, I've actually come to the realization that I probably won't travel everywhere myself. And I don't know, maybe it's just those beautiful things that maybe you're not just completely supposed to know. Sorry, continue.
I feel like having a large interest in aviation and being involved in aviation does make me more of a believer of the spherical Earth. Obviously, I was already, and I don't think that will change. I honestly just wanted to know what your perspective is and why. That's the main thing I'm interested in here. I just like hearing other perspectives.
Yeah, absolutely. For me,
I don't really want to be convinced myself, so
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm definitely not trying to convince you. Really, just trying to answer your questions and really any sort of misconceptions, because we get a lot about the flat Earth, right? Oh, you guys think this, insert absurd structure. To answer your question, for me, I didn't actually believe or know that the Earth was flat because I wouldn't say I believe in my shoe size. I would say I measured my shoe on this date or repeatedly. It always came out to a size 11 shoe, right? And that's objectively true information. Now, subjective would be, oh, I feel like my foot is big. I feel like my foot is small, right? And in my case, you're not going to know it yourself until you measure it, right? In this case, for me, I had to go out to the Gulf of Mexico in Texas, put the globe geometry to the test, get some telescopes. I actually got Nikon P900, zoomed in and falsified the geometric horizon for myself, actually multiple times, because even once was just like, no way. But to be fair, I mean, it's hard for a lot of people, I think, to understand something they don't know. Like, oh, what difference does it make? I still have to go to work tomorrow. I still am who I am. And the Earth is still the same outside. I would agree, right? But you change, right? I no longer wanted to be an astronaut. I no longer wanted to be atheistic. I wanted to have a family. I finished my master's degree. I started teaching at university, right? I mean, I started making a better decision because I had a better foundation for critical thinking, right? I now put things to the test by at least critically thinking about them, even such things that I thought I knew my entire life. I will say I'm not trying to go either, and I don't think a lot of people here are, but there is a lot of information, and I think a lot of miscommunications, even on both sides. Don't get me wrong. I mean, just look at TikTok. It's got terrible arguments for the flat Earth, and yet we have an interesting problem ourselves. These flat Earth believers, those that, well, are making ridiculous claims about the Earth, and two, they haven't actually falsified the globe, maybe for themselves, right? So they just believe it, right? They have faith. In my case, and I think a lot definitely here at 24/7, we have knowledge. A lot of us are scientists, mathematicians, architects, engineers, physicists, great communicators, to say the very least. But I'm really glad I did. And to be fair, the reason I come and talk to random strangers on Discord is because I think potentially this could help us as an emergent collective too. And that's something worth being a part of.
Yeah. I also noticed that you still called it the Gulf of Mexico. I know that's a very, very small detail, but
it's still the Gulf of Mexico to me. It's still the same body of water.
Yeah.
It's just a name. I think that one was maybe even a distraction. At least when it comes to American politics, you always have to watch what the left hand's doing when the right hand's doing a magic trick.
I've honestly stopped following it so closely. I just follow the bits that, are going to destroy the world. But, yeah.
Yeah, all doom and gloom from that one. I tend to not turn on the TV as well.
That is at least something I'm thankful for. I do not have to put up with American politics. That is something that I would not be able to deal with.
It makes the people absolutely crazy.
Thing is, people kind of start having arguments amongst themselves. They start pointing fingers like, it's the immigrants, it's somebody else, but then they forget that, like, there's just other people attacking them who have billions and billions of dollars, and then they're like, oh no, the poor billionaires, how will they afford their 500th yacht this year? Like,
Right.
Anyway, I went on a bit of a tangent there, but
no, that's why
it just drives me a little bit
actually do think it's important, because I mean, like I was saying, this flat Earth topic and this realization is what I'd call it, because I wouldn't call it a belief or really just like knowledge. It's like, dude, get off your high horse. You just realize what you're looking at outside. It's not really a gigantic revelation. But it is kind of to me, because honestly, I really did imagine I could go to space when I was a child. I loved engineering and all the different types of architecture that could be made potentially on Mars and moons. And, I was all about it. Quasars, nebulas, all about it, right? So it was kind of a dying of the ego for me back in 2015, testing it for myself and being an honest person. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was sucked into a little bit of politics as well, and quickly saw through that as well, that, upon following the money, you realize that these people really serve the same bird, right? I mean, they're all friends. Their children go to the dang same school. In fact, there was even a 13-year-old girl who was able to connect, well, all except one president, actually a family lineage between all of them. So you do start to question more things, right? Well, if they lied to us about a globe, what else could I be potentially believing without evidence? There's actually this really good one, Nicole. Since I'll go ahead and look for it because it is kind of hard to find. It's this Italian pilot who's been flying for 30 years, and she's going on this presentation in real time. It's kind of a long video. It's maybe like 30 minutes, but in real time, she goes over how she realized the Earth was not a ball. And I think that might be pretty powerful for you because she's kind of emotional about it, because she tied aviation to the ball really closely, and I think that might be something you might be interested in seeing. However, I also think, just measuring it together, you'll know for yourself, and I think that's important for everybody. You should know things for yourself. It's like trust mom and dad, but only for so long. When you can outsmart them, I guess it's time to take care of them. Anyway, I'm a chatterbox. Simply procrastinating from finishing the retaining wall of this house. But yeah, if you have more questions, and that goes for anybody who's new to the room, welcome. Just talking to Nicole, asking some really great questions, really great conversation. Started with Cyclone, so yeah, definitely a polite, interesting individual. May have hit her too hard with the truth on that one. You say it extra smooth and suave, they're forced to think about it. Yeah, what's going on, fam? I've been busy with life and forgetting how much I love talking to you guys. The ones that get us, you know. You spend too much time with sometimes your coworkers, you know, and you forget just how indoctrinated some people really are. Like a buddy of mine, I guess, you know, he's becoming a buddy. He's strongly indoctrinated, and it's so hard to keep a straight face sometimes. It really is. He has a flat earther student in his architectural history class, and he was complaining about her to me, and I was like, "Oh no!" Well, what did she say? You know, and he wouldn't say. It was something along the lines, well, didn't everybody already understand that the Earth was flat in this particular time? And, you know, he got a little, well, no, yes, you know, he didn't actually know. So I thought it was just really kind of funny that he was complaining about somebody else potentially knowing a little bit more than he did.
Your patience is a lot greater than mine, my friend. I wouldn't have been able to help myself.
Oh, I'm like snickering, you know, acting like I'm gasping, but like holding in a laugh, you know, like I wanted her to know.
A student complaining about
so bad. She said the water's level. Sorry, what was that, Matrix?
I'm just imagining. I can just try to imagine you standing there, another teacher having a talk about one of the students.
I'm looking like Gene Wilder. You know, no, really, tell me more. You know.
Yes, please. Oh no, stop! Don't do it.
I have caused flat Earth to be the topic at work, and I ended up changing shifts, and they gave me a new guy. And after I gave the instruction on the process we're going to do for the job we were doing, he immediately asked, "So I heard you was a flat earther?" And I said, "Yes." And then we had a whole conversation for the rest of the task.
Nice.
Legendary. That's awesome. That's how it's done, that grassroots stuff. That's what we need to be doing. We have reach here, but in person, our reach is so much greater.
Mm-hmm.
So true, either guys.
Welcome to whoever just joined. And welcome again. Feel free to ask any questions related to the Earth.
Yep. Still just looking for some globe evidence. It'd be great. Or Jedi might have some globe evidence. We'll find out on tonight's episode of The Earth is Flat.
Yeah, I've got all the globe evidence you want, man. I've got spinning balls, I've got orbiting shit. Yeah, loads of it.
What's going on, brother?
Hey, Jedi, I have a question.
What's that, mate? Good to see you, by the way, Flatlord.
If the Earth is flat and space is fake, does that mean Warhammer is also fake?
Yeah. Yeah.
Flatlord, I love that image. That's the perfect one to send to people who are caught up on that AE pizza planet map. And they try to get a false dichotomy comparing that to a globe, and they have no idea what the conversation is about here. So when you show them that one, it really throws a monkey wrench into their gears.
Oh yeah, that one was for Nicole a couple minutes ago. She was actually super cordial. She started with Cyclone, and she was going on and on about how this plane went across the North Pole. I was like, oh, okay, well, that's not in contention. That also could possibly work on a flat Earth or a globe. Like, who cares? She goes, well, I go, what is in contention is, of course, complete south to north circumnavigation, and that there is no instance, at least that I know of. And she goes, here it is. There's the 1977 50th anniversary of, I think she said Pan Am. Here it is, I go, okay, well, great. It's an island. It's still flat Earth.
If they came anywhere close to Antarctica, the only thing they flew over was that peninsula. That's what they always are. Nobody, when they say we flew over Antarctica, they flew over a tiny peninsula. It's like flying over Florida and saying you flew over the United States.
Exactly. Well, what it reminded me of too is like, well, Texas is huge, right? And like we used to drive around with the Texas Atlas, right? You had to have a big map in your car so you knew where to go, especially in Texas. And you had little local maps, little different regions, basically like little zoom ins or zoom outs, right? But it only had Texas, right? But I didn't like question the rest of the book, because it only showed Texas. This was just the best projection to get me where I'm going locally, which is what I was trying to explain to her that, okay, well, don't get me wrong, there's tons of maps, but they're all to explain locality. In fact, you don't have somebody in New York making the maps for somebody in California. You don't. You have somebody local who knows the meteorological conditions. You get surveyors actually that are licensed in that state. Why? Well, different states have different stuff to look for, and I think that got across to her.
The largest maps that we have were made for the will of some king or an emperor who wanted to know exactly what his entire empire looks like. It's all based off of perspective, what you're saying. It has to do with a purpose. Just because you got a map,
like the Britain Center maps. Yeah.
That's good stuff. I'm glad to hear that y'all had some good conversations earlier.
Yeah, she was nice. She was asking the classics, right? Why would they lie? What about the flight patterns? What about gravity? And she was just quite susceptible. But, when we got to Earth Curve, she was like, oh man, I gotta go.
They always do. There's so many of them. They'll yap about anything, but the minute that you get down to brass tacks, they all of a sudden they gotta go. Very conveniently, they're gonna leave immediately.
Exactly. Well, sometimes I think I get a little too personal. I think I do this to my students too, but I kind of explain the whole story because she asked, what makes you a flat earther? So I explained to her that it wasn't a belief, that of course we see it as knowledge, but that there are, of course, flat earth believers. You see lots of them on TikTok making ridiculous claims, and that's definitely not this place. We stick to empirical evidence, but at the same time, I go, well, I tested for the curve, and I think that maybe scared her away.
They don't mind if it's just some kind of wonky belief that's off in the woo. But when you start getting down to measurements and stuff, yeah, I think that messes with their cognition. Very uncomfortable.
They're like, oh no, I was coming in to think that you were insane, and you sound cordial. What's going on?
Yeah. But some of them, it's like going and visiting the zoo. Like, oh, look, here's the flat earthers. And they want to see us like flinging poo and crap. And when we're over here playing chess and reading books and stuff, but wait, what? The media told me that they were a bunch of idiots.
We're all dissecting logic and speculating with some of the greatest minds of all time. I love it.
It's really unfair.
It's not radio anymore.
Yeah. And then they come in here with a chip on the shoulder thinking that they're about to beat up the retards, and all of a sudden, they're the retards. Just saying. It's not that common here on English Hub, though. People are very respectful here, but over on politics, we see it all the time.
That's true. Yeah, mad respect for the English Hub. But I will say, when they're like, this is rage bait, this is a troll, and I'm like, well, for you, yeah, it is. Because you're awful,
I mean, I gotta concede that the internet is so filled with trolls, it's so common that people assume everything's a troll these days. So,
yeah.
And they've been told a lie. Like, they've been given this meme version of everything, so they think that we believe in a cartoon. That's why it's like, I think you and some of the other guys would point out that it's best to go ahead and cover the Pizza Planet bullcrap first. Get that knocked out of the way, and then get back to the ground and focus on it.
Yeah,
otherwise,
Cyclone.
A whole damn hour thinking they're talking about a Pizza Planet.
Exactly. Yeah, Cyclone actually went over that point first. And typically does. No, I think what we're doing here is great. Yeah. I really like the list that's been generated, but I also noticed like some new ones come right after the said argument. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm noticing a pattern, Is this kind of a vendetta, or, do we really want to strengthen some of the arguments? And don't get me wrong, I think some of them are absolutely brilliant. Like, actually, where's the black swan for the globe? I mean, that was a great week last week, hearing that. But some of them I'm just like, yeah, that's not the best way to go about it. But I also don't think anybody's going, hey, this is the proof.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them are like somebody using the wrong tool for the wrong job. Like, you got to drill a screw in, grabbing a hammer, trying to bang it in. It's like, no, dude, that goes over there. Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think being critical and constructive is absolutely key. Reflecting and what's the word? Not intervention. We do it all the time for freaking faculty. Oh my god, the word escapes me. But we have to watch each other. Essentially, have a class and give notes, feedback. I would have done it like this a little bit better. And yeah, it can start to get personal. But at the same time, you realize like your team is trying to build you up, and as long as it's that, and it's not feeling like the void of a previous person who rang down on arguments. As long as it's not that, I do think it could be constructive.
Yeah. Well, and some of them, they nullify the argument, right? It's not an argument for either side, and the point is more to nullify the argument rather than use it as a proof of flat Earth. It's more so proof that the argument for the globe is fallacious. Just knock that out of the way and get back down to the topic. But then when people try and use that as a flat Earth proof, that's wrong, because it's not actually a proof of anything. It just nullifies the argument.
Right. Well, another thing too is like half of it, what we do is just teach them the freaking globe. They don't even know it. And sometimes we get that wrong too. It's like, oh yeah, what? And they get it wrong hilariously every time. I personally like the one where they think the phases of the moon are caused by the Earth's supposed shadow.
Yeah.
I mean, that cracks me up every single time.
Or when they try and claim that the moon causes tides, but the tides don't actually line up with the motion of the moon. Like, you don't have a high tide at the same exact time that the moon is full directly above that tide. Like, there's wonkiness to it. It's not always the same. There's something off with the official narrative.
Right. Well, I think these quote-unquote bad arguments come from even just kind of these low-level globers, right? In us trying to reach them at their intellectual level, we almost make these, burden reversals on ourselves. Like we start, oh, well, here, let me help you, son. Instead of going, dude, wake up, smack. It's your burden.
So you gotta dumb it down without making people feel like they're dumb, like you're talking down to them. It's really difficult to do that.
It's definitely a trick. Yeah, I would agree with Miggy when he says it's a case by case.
That's fair. It really depends on the background, how one's upbringing is.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Another visitor. Stay a while. Stay forever.
No, Leaf, no. Go somewhere else with that. If you want to have a conversation like a regular person, I'm fine. We can have a real conversation. You're not going to do that here. Post in the side chat if you want to be normal. Otherwise, go play somewhere else.
Oh. AG.
Isn't that double speaking?
Sasha, almost had to ban you there.
Sorry.
No.
I didn't say N-word. Oh, Jesus.
But then you went on to commit the same faux pas, Sasha. So if somebody asks a question, that's not your cue to immediately ask another question, right?
Sorry.
That means there's two questions on the table, and then it's like, which one are we going to get answered? You know what I'm saying?
Cancel mine.
And likewise, if you ask a question, somebody comes in with just talking about a different point rather than allowing the guest who the question is asked to answer, that's also a faux pas, right?
No.
The reason is we want questions answered, at least in some respect, not just to, be over-talked and then we forget that there was a question on the table. The reason why, Sasha, is because if you just keep chiming in asking questions, so imagine that, right, which you do sometimes, and then nobody answers it. The flat earther who's speaking doesn't address the question. The globe earther who's speaking doesn't address the question. So it looks like maybe you have everyone everyone muted and you can't hear them. And so you're just talking through them. Or it makes it look like the flat earthers have you muted so they can't hear you because they don't want you to be around. So then the most rational thing is if nobody wants to actually answer your questions, then you shouldn't even be allowed to speak because they're just distracting everyone, which is why sometimes we just got to notice there's a question and be like, hey, there's a question. That question's got to be answered.
Waiting for.
But listen, I heard that Jesse Kozlowski boot scooted out of the community. Did I hear wrong? Something happened. Either he was in a debate or presented some case, or he was presented a case, and then after that, he never was around anymore and didn't produce any new content or something. That's what I heard, but I didn't validate it.
How long ago? Estimated time? Because I saw him on where the heck was it? Land of Misfit Toys 3 months ago. I think I left the server 2 months ago. So
yeah, it was somebody told me recently. It was Bev that actually told me. He said his prediction was Will Dusk is going to do this last drop of this big fighters debate or whatever it was, and then after that he'll disappear, just like Kozlowski did after such and such event. I can't remember the event he said.
My combo was Jesse Path of Lies because I called him that and he knew it, and that was his name.
Bro, that's not the same dude. Kozlowski and Pathov are two different dudes.
And I was talking to Jesse Path of Lies.
Okay.
Path of Light. But I call him Path of Lies, and I say that to him every time I see him.
Dude, I've actually been making a good side hustle. I buy short range theodolites, and then I sell them to people for long range. I just change the sticker.
Man, stop scamming Globers.
Damn it, was that you?
So that dude took off,
no.
huh?
He bailed.
They love being scammed, Neil. We could have given them what they want.
Hey, just don't forget to pay your
without a doubt.
Don't forget to pay who?
Don't forget taxes, or you're not American, apparently.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of that conversation. Are you talking about the guy that you were talking to that said the looming refraction and all that stuff? That guy? Or was there another guy? Or was there a girl?
Yeah, it was like Howard.
What was like the final? Did you just instant transmission out of here? Or was there like a final message?
Basically, he kept on giving up and spazzing, and yeah, he didn't get anywhere on any fronts of like any of his conversation topics.
I did find it funny when he was like, I know you guys don't understand hypotheticals. Okay. All right, brother.
He was like begging. He's like, well, why can't we just use a hypothetical?
Because I was a Glober and I did all the hypotheticals, and he didn't like that.
Honestly, I missed a lot of it, so I don't know. Can't really comment too much, but it seemed like he wanted to be in a valley. It's like, well, if we're in a valley, like, what are you doing in valleys, dude? How are you proving anything from a valley? Or what are you doing up there? I don't know.
He's a valley girl?
Yeah, I think you were talking to him, P-Dog. You're like, dude, valley, that's, whatever.
Yeah, when you look up temperature inversions, that's the most common example that they give you is like in between two mountains. Cold air gets trapped under warm air, and that's when you get sinking effects.
And he was trying to prove curvature with that. Ow!
I have no idea.
Okay.
He was just looking for like a concession, right? Like he wanted, like, because we were using hostile witnesses, he was like, well, if I can get them saying it's a globe, or you concede it's a globe, it's like, bro.
Oh my god. That's so stupid. heard you chime in. He was like, so like, then you believe it's a globe then? You're like, it's called a hostile witness, bro. I don't know how that doesn't click for a lot of people. Well, if you're using their citation that says this, then you have to believe everything they say. It's like, no, dude, I'm using the citation to go against your dumbass who seems to think otherwise.
It's like if the criminal like slips up and tells a little piece of the operation that the criminal organization is going through. Like, there's your hostile witness, bro.
Anybody else? Anybody next? I'm not on my computer, but someone should copy and paste the event link in the lobby. I'm going to take a page out of my book. All right, well, anybody want to report on the dumbest thing you've heard a Glober say this week? Go ahead. It's only Thursday. We got a couple more days for them to make something stupid.
Chat.
Team roboting? Am I roboting?
No, you're not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes.
AI drop at rejoin.
Sorry about that. Got a phone call.
Bradwin, what's the dumbest thing you've heard a Glober say this week?
Actually, it was just like probably about an hour ago. Piper Australis was saying that he was banned from 24/7 for continuously asking for a flat Earth map.
Oh, Lord.
And then said that I told him in a back chat, which I asked him to produce evidence of, which he doesn't have evidence of, that I said that we don't talk about things that are easily disproven in 24/7. Not making it up.
If the Globers want a flat Earth map, are they going to fund it? Because it costs millions of dollars to make a good quality map.
I just use Google Maps.
I just use Google Maps too.
I always post a sky map of all the stars in the sky. That's my flat Earth map.
Yeah, but Google Maps works just fine.
Yeah, it gets me from point A to point B, no problem. Yeah, I like Google Maps. Sometimes I use Waze. Definitely not Apple Maps.
Sometimes. Apple Maps aren't. I use that too, especially.
Yeah.
It's if I'm driving, and I just have it on my dashboard that way. It's a lot easier because I'm usually listening to my phone then.
Nice. Yeah, if a shorty drops me her address, it automatically uses Apple Maps, so that's like the only time I use it. I'm driving to the shorty's place. But, otherwise.
So what are you saying? Your girlfriend's a midget?
No.
boyfriend?
No.
Oh.
They're called little people.
You guys got to listen to that T-Pain song, Shoddy.
Oh, I know what it is. They're like 7.5 foot tall friend of yours.
Hey man, that's a boss move right there to go out with a tall one. That's a boss player move right there. Anyway, yeah, the maps thing, it's so annoying though. And they're like, "Where's your map? Where's your map? Where's your like, bro, dude? How many maps you want?" We whip out that picture that's like got 75 maps on it. Like, which one do you want, dude? Here's a bunch of maps.
Why is the guy crying in text that he can't use emojis and he's not even in the live stream?
I'll get him in here. I'll fix it for him. Tell him CB will fix it. Where's your flat map? They actually think you can just go up in the sky and take a picture of the ground and then trace lines around the country and say, "There's like that's the map." That's not how it works. They have such the sloppiest, dumbest ideas of what they think flat Earth should be. It's so annoying. That's why I'm always using their own worldview as like a mirror. Because in their worldview, it's not possible to see the whole Earth in one shot. Even if it is a globe, right? You can't see the whole thing. That's like saying I can see your whole head by looking at your face. From no distance will you be able to do that. So in their worldview, you can't see the whole Earth in one shot. But for some reason, they think that we should be able to do that. Well, why not? Just go up. No, it doesn't work like that.
And spheres are the worst objects to see at a distance.
Oh yeah, because it can look like a circle or something.
No, that's like a mirror ball, right? You get the hot spot in the middle, and everything else reflects off to the sides, not back to the observer.
Got it.
It's like those people who say, "How come I can't see the Bahamas from Florida?" I said, "Are the Bahamas covered in green plants?" And they go, "Yes." Well, guess what? Plants are good at absorbing light waves and very poor at reflecting them.
There you go.
How big should the Bahamas look anyway? What's the height that they should be on the horizon?
I don't believe Bahamas have a very high elevation overall.
So then the answer is you won't see them.
That was easy.
The average elevation's only 5 to 10 meters, 16 to 33 feet above sea level.
Wait, 33?
Yeah. The highest point is 63 meters or 207 feet.
I still think somebody needs to go out there. I'm working on it. I want to go back to Key West, and it's only 90 miles to Cuba, man. Like that would be a great flat Earth observation.
Well, when I was in Cuba, I didn't see Key West.
No, I know, but I remember at night looking off in the direction of Cuba, and I could see like a bubble of lights, cities.
I can highlight another double standard that they have. They expect our reality, I guess everyone's reality, to have a edge, like an edge. But in their worldview, it doesn't matter if there's an edge, right? Like they don't even care about any edge, right? There's a lot of ways to slice this up too, because they will say anything that's flat has to have an edge. Then you go, okay, well, NASA and all your scientists say the universe is flat, so where's the edge? Yeah. Well, I don't know.
His sister don't have an edge.
But they won't let it go. I mean, I think that Ricardo, whatever, dude, I guess there was a day he just would not let it go. Where's the edge? Where's the edge? Where's the edge? Like answered 100 times. Nope, I need to know where the edge is. Like, dude, I would try to ask him, okay, so if you're so hung up on there being an edge, where's the edge of the universe? Where's the edge of that reality? Oh, well, we don't know. We don't know. We're not able to know that.
Yeah, where's the edge of the solar system?
Yeah. Like, how come that doesn't apply? Like, having the ability to say, we don't know, it's not been explored, we have no idea, not really a concern of ours. How come that's not an answer you'll accept when the flat earthers say it? So I always use the universe as the example when it comes to this edge problem, because they don't know. I mean, for multiple reasons, it's not even been fully explored, quote unquote, even if it was real. You don't know where the boundaries of reality are.
I always ask them how high things are supposed to look from that distance. When they say, how come I can't see Mount Everest? I say, how high is it supposed to look? I'm going to go outside and look for it. And that's the end of it, usually.
Well, it's even better when they're like, well, you shouldn't be able to see it. It's like, okay, great. Then why are you asking?
And can't even see sunlight at 200 meters depth in the ocean, and they think you're going to see something that's thousands of miles away.
Yeah. Well, if it was flat, blah, 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 blah. That's like, I can automatically just mute. I might as well just like locally mute them on my end when they start saying, as soon as they say, if the earth is flat, I know almost for a fact, I can almost guarantee the words that will follow will automatically be incorrect. It's like extremely rare for them to start a sentence like that and then have something follow that's accurate. If the earth is flat, the sun would do this.
That's how you need to explain transmission factor.
Or the hypothetical, right, where they're like, well, if you imagine, oh my God, we got to imagine, man. We can't talk about reality.
If the earth was flat, you'd be able to see the Bahamas from blah, blah, blah. If it was flat, the sun would just disappear. If it was flat, you'd be able to have a map. Like, dude, they never know. They don't know what they're talking about.
Have you seen the video where you can see like Hawaii from like 2,500 miles away?
Well, that's got to be refraction, bro.
It's a high altitude. It's a high altitude, but like there's absolutely zero curvature on the Z-axis.
I don't know. Ever since I heard them just parrot that this is the best assumptions we can make for the specific model, and those assumptions, predictions, like, are the assumptions, it's like their logic is just backwards from the very beginning. And I don't know how that's not like a glaring blunder in their world. Like, everyone agrees with that. Yeah, we just make assumptions, and then we come up to our best logical conclusions that it's a globe. It's like, that's how you live your life, off of assumptions? Like, yeah, that's what the penny dropped for me.
Yeah.
Check this observation in the chat.
I sometimes wonder if they really mean that, though. I don't know if they're just saying that because you know damn well they actually think that it's a globe and that cannot be refuted and all that stuff. So they'll say it's a guess and all this stuff to try to sound intellectual, but then deep down they're not really wavering on that. They cannot be presented with any evidence that would sway them in another direction. Like Matthew, for example, he'll say it. He's not going to change.
Yeah, exactly. You just got to be honest with yourself. And at least, like, you know, Matthew is an honest person to a certain degree where he agrees. He's like, yeah, it's just a bunch of assumptions, but like that's the position I'm taking, and you can't really change my mind. And honestly, I like that, man. If you're gonna believe in something or go for something, just say that. Like, you know, just say it out loud. Don't freaking try and fight. These other guys, they have a major problem saying that. And that just leads to a whole lot of cog deaths.
I need to re-add the sound to the sound clip from Sunny in Philadelphia where he's like, I'm dug in and I'll never change. I need to put that back on the board. That's a great clip. Genuinely, we're not alike. Like globetrotters and flat earthers, we are so far apart. I don't think you guys are really that dedicated to the idea of a flat earth. Like if we were able to validate a globe, I don't think anybody would truly have an issue with that. Like whatever reality is, that's what it is, and that's what I'm gonna go with. And I think a lot of you guys would probably agree with that. I don't think that's true for these other guys in here. The GTs, as JE would say, they're super dug in on this idea. They're not going anywhere. And
I was gonna say, you know what they would do? You ever see those videos of the slingshot where they go on the ride and the people pass out?
Yeah.
That's what these globetards would do if they like went up really, really high and just found out the whole Earth was flat. They'd fucking pass out. They just blank out, bro.
That's funny. Well, I think what I'm gonna start doing is maybe asking, okay, let's do some role reversals. Let's say the whole world, everyone, all the scientists, everything are pointing towards the Earth being flat. And you have discovered that it's actually a globe. Like, let's say in reality it is a globe, but everyone's saying it's flat. And you do measurements and tests, and you can validate the Earth is actually curving. What do you do then? Oh, well, I would just like go against mainstream, and I would be the globe earther in the face of all the letters. Okay, great. Welcome to the life of a flat earther in 2025. The whole world is saying, oh, we validated that it's not. It's flat. So, you can't then appeal to big entities and scientists, big brains that are telling you otherwise. You actually have to appeal to what the Earth is. I'm going to try that out on the next couple of globe cards I think I'm here. See what they say. Because like Matthew Learns, for example, he'll say, oh no, even if they said it was flat, I wouldn't believe them. Right? Doesn't he say that? I'm pretty sure he says that.
Add to that, CB, the same claims that I saw 4 to 5 years ago when I first started looking into this are the same ones being presented today. There hasn't been any new development on their end. And these people are said to be at the forefront of this discussion. You know, these people have been in the game probably a lot longer than me, most of them, and they've got nothing new to add.
Yeah, the pictures are so fun. It is, yeah. And that's enough. I think we should really just start practicing opposite day. It's something I've always really enjoyed is just flipping things upside down and seeing if they still make sense. Like, okay, here's an example. They have some ancient figure from thousands and thousands of years ago. Don't even know if he truly existed. But when you ask who measured the earth, it's this guy. So we flip it upside down. Hey, flat earthers, how do you know the earth is flat? Well, we have this guy from thousands and thousands of years ago. Well, we don't really have much record of him, but he proved it. Do you think anybody accept that? Do you think that idea would be mocked or laughed at? I do. What else? What else? Oh, well, what did that guy do? Well, to know that it's flat, he put some sticks in the ground. Like, okay, really?
Have you seen the accolades that are attached to his name?
Nah.
He was smarter than Plato, Aristotle, and Socrates combined.
Oh, really?
He was a librarian, mathematician, geologist. Like he had like 12 different titles ascribed to his name.
And then they depict his cranium as like the size of a watermelon to hold that big brain.
Yeah, that's funny. I just don't think that they would accept that. We should genuinely pick a day, like one day a week, maybe, and do opposite day. And it's like, yeah, we have a guy thousands of years ago. He proved it. What do you do? Oh, put some sticks in the ground. He seemed to.
I gotta practice my spazzing. Hold on.
What I'm trying to think of what else.
Hey, everybody knows that ships go into the horizon. They don't go over it. Come on.
What about Wednesdays?
Yeah, well, planets are round. Planets are spherical, so the Earth must be.
I'm trying to think of some other good examples, actually.
You can't have clouds on a flat Earth.
Oh yeah, you could do that stuff, that type of stuff. Like, oh yeah, that wouldn't work on a globe. To start making stuff because they don't say anything. Oh yeah, boats, sunsets, that wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Just start saying random stuff like that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Do you even know you have feet?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah. You can't know for sure. You can't know for sure that you have feet, dude.
Like, it would be honestly fun just to like obfuscate, spaz out, and redirect. I could probably go forever. I would, I wouldn't run out of breath.
I've been working on it. I've literally been working on my Glober. So it's basically just giving them a taste of their own medicine and see if they accept it. And I almost guarantee you they would not accept it. And then this highlights the double standards, which I have an issue with. I'm like, I always call out the double standards, bro. You have to have an edge, but we don't. You have to have a model, but we don't.
Oh, you know how you see planes and drones and everything deviating in the inertial reference frame because of Earth's rotation? Well, that's how it will work on a flat stationary. That's how it will work on a flat stationary Earth. Yeah, it work the same. See, because we see Coriolis, that means there isn't any. Yeah.
The best evidence for a flat Earth is by how much it looks so curved.
Yeah, it looks curved because it's flat, guys.
Oh yeah, we could do that with the horizon. Like, you see that, like the boats disappear thing? Yeah, I know it seems like curvature, but that means it's not. or like, dude. We'll have to work on our opposite day, but I think we should definitely do that at least once a month. Call it like dose of your own medicine Mondays.
Or just go, oh, there's tons of evidence for Earth being flat. Oh, just buckets, millions of observations and
I already know where you're going with this. Yeah,
can I have one? One what?
Nah, exactly. Like, nah, I don't feel like it.
No, you do it.
You wouldn't accept it anyway.
Can you define accept?
That happened yesterday with what's his face. Man, what's that guy's name? Guess it's that irrelevant. I don't remember. And he's like, "Oh yeah, I have evidence, but you just wouldn't accept it." And I'm like, "Dude, I'm trying to explain to him was it Charlie? Yeah, it was Charlie. I'm trying to explain to him the courtroom analogy, and damn, I should have recorded this clip. But you're not there when you're in the courtroom. It doesn't matter what the lawyer that you're opposing thinks. Your Honor, I would present my evidence, but this lawyer over here, he just wouldn't accept it. Okay, it's not his job to accept your evidence. You're supposed to present your evidence to the judge and the jury. No, I have it, but you wouldn't accept it. That doesn't work like that. You need to present your evidence with whatever you have and let the people decide. Whether I accept it or not isn't going to change anything. Absolutely cooked him on that point. Well, he left immediately afterwards. Beautiful. I also really like the poker analogy, which I used as well. It's like, if you're sitting around a table and you're telling everybody you have the winning hand, and then you don't play it, there's a word for that, and it's called bluffing. If you actually have the winning hand, you don't even have to say anything. You could say nothing. And when it comes time to play your cards, you just put them down on the table, lean back in your chair.
Yeah, but you got to show your cards in order to prove that you're bluffing.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
I can make you lay down your cards, and I can have a nothing hand, a 2, a 3, a 7, a queen, and a 6, all different suits. Hand of nothing.
I see what you're saying.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I can win that poker hand.
I see what you're saying.
Man, I got a good one. I can relate it to basketball. So basically, Glovers are basically on the sidelines, on the bench, right? And you can call them like coaches, assistant coaches, and they're drawing up plays, right? So they draw up this major play, like, okay, this is this, all right, go. And then we're like, okay, go on the basketball court, execute this play. They're like, no, I already drew the play. It's gonna work. We're like, okay, we're like, okay, go put the basketball in your hands and go score on the bucket, right? They're like, you know what? My play, it works in my head. So, it must work in reality since I spent so much time drawing this play up, So they're just bench players. They're just wannabe, coaches, but none of them are actual basketball players. Get wrecked.
That's a fantastic analogy. That's a really good analogy. Yeah. Doesn't matter how you draw it up. You actually have to go execute it. But you're right. They kind of just stop at the drawing it up. Well, it works. It works for me. Like, okay, dude. All right. Yeah. That's a great analogy, Neil. Shout out to you, bro. Good job.
You know how I can prove the Earth isn't flat, guys? I can just drop a pencil.
Yeah, no, see, that's the type of stuff we could opposite. We could be like, yeah, see, I know it's flat, just drop a pencil. They'd be like, what? You know?
Yeah, if we were on the surface of a cube, we would be equidistant to the center. We know it's flat, bro.
Yeah, I hate debating those guys. Just draw a pencil, because you just immediately go into caucus with those guys. It's very hard to push them off of their idiocy. I mean, you can like refute it back to them like eloquently, but then they'll just be like, "Well, it doesn't make sense. You just draw a pencil." Go back to like, just a global reset on the pencil. You can just like, if they start with that, you already know it's a lost endeavor.
Yeah. You know what? Also, I can tell a lot of people will say they'll do the invisible gnomes and this, that, and the other, pulling things down. I gotta take some shots. I actually don't like that because I can already put myself in the shoes of where they're at, and they're not clocking what you're trying to say. Because for them, like some scientists have already validated the gravity idea. So when you're like, no, I think it's invisible gnomes, they're hearing what they want to hear. They're not actually hearing what your point, which may well be a good one, but they're not hearing it like that. They're hearing it the way they want to. That you're just saying some silly thing that's, they're. So I know a lot of people do that though. They're like, oh, it's invisible gnomes. Da, da, da. Like, I don't think that point actually hits as hard as it probably could if they were actually paying attention in good faith, but they're not. They're just hearing invisible gnomes. Like, oh, this guy. That's why he's a conspiracy theorist. So I don't know. I don't use that one.
They already think your reasoning is bullshit. You give them that,
Yeah.
like, another bullshit.
Exactly. I don't think it actually hits that hard. Because they're just going to hear what they want to hear.
But when you dive into it deeper, and then you explain how I could just make up whatever without validating it, and that's exactly what they do with the globe, then it starts to poke into their model. And when I say their model, y'all know what I mean.
If you have a good contestant that's actually good faith, maybe you could use that point in depth. But I think if you're talking to your average Joe, it's definitely not going to clock.
Like, all they have is a model. They don't have reality. Like, everything they have is conceptualized into some diagram that doesn't coincide with reality. They try to correlate it, but it doesn't correlate. But I do like the SAT question for triangles. That's a good one.
Yeah, that is a good one. Yeah, hell yeah.
Indio tried to use my curved line and straight line. He said he downloaded it, and then he wanted to try to simplify it. He's like, I can't fucking simplify it.
What do you mean, simplify it?
Have you seen my meme on the difference between a curved line and a straight line? Eye exam?
No, can you post it?
Yeah, but yeah. Like, you want to talk about basics, right? Whenever we say go back to basics, then we tell them to say the ABCs without singing it, right?
ABC.
Anyway, there's my meme on the difference between a curved line and a straight line?
It's funny how that one, for some reason, I can't seem to figure that out.
But yeah, I made that meme because when I would have conversations with people, I would be like, if a line's not curving, then what is it? And they just couldn't figure it out. So it's like, okay, like which line's a curved line, which line's a straight line? Like, obviously, we need visuals here. Is it kicking everybody?
I'm still here.
Like 6 people left. Yeah, that's crazy.
Are we still live?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If anybody's on the computer, should copy and paste the link to the current event and just put it in the lobby. Or send it to your homies in your group chat or whatever.
And tweet it.
Retweet it, yeah, put it on Twitter. It's very brain rot as well. That's why you know it's W. The title is Flat Earth before GTA 6? Yeah, that's a hitter right there. That's a keeter. But for real though, that GTA 6 needs to hurry up. I wonder if we could start like a community over there. There's a way, or maybe it'll be in the game. What if there was what if there was a radio station in the game that was basically like our Discord? That'd be lit, huh? That'd be fire. You know how you go get in a car? Huh?
I thought of that forever. It's just us on the radio station.
That would be so sick, actually. That'd be so sick. Because I don't know if anyone hasn't played the game, but we've been living under a rock. So when you get in a car, you can change the radio station. You can put on a bunch of different channels. Sometimes they got talk radio, sometimes they got music, rap, this, that, and the other. It would actually be so funny if there was like a talk radio station and it's a bunch of flat earthers. That'd be so fire, dude. I'd actually like to see that. Implementing that would be a little tricky because, you know, you got to add some comedy to it.
Like making a radio station where like the Glober's like yelling at the flat earther, "You retarded."
Well, here's the thing. For anybody, I mean, dude, I get it. There's a time and place to be serious and, you know, have this very technical discussion. But it's like, if you want to get in Grand Theft Auto, you gotta add some brain rot. You gotta be a little funny.
Yeah. Well, there has to be a conspiratard radio station because I know in the last ones they had some of them that they briefly talked about and stuff and made fun of the system, etc., make jokes about it. But
dude, that would be the biggest plug of all time, probably. If we can get into not even just 24/7, but if we could get this topic in Flatter and GTA, bruh, that would be so epic.
Yeah, it'd be like a caller. What are you, just a stupid flat earther? And then one of us just like absolutely smacking them.
Like, do you think you're in a movie building right now? What? That could actually be really entertaining. Hopefully they do something like that. I mean, they haven't reached out to me, but if they do, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I think Rockstar's too busy working on the jiggle physics.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Man, that's the first place I'm going to be at. Running over hoes, going on the strip club.
Usually driving cars around, listening to the radio station to see if I catch anything conspiratorial. I don't know. They did some funny side missions. Like they had, what do you call it? the Scientology. They had like a Scientology side mission in the game that was pretty interesting. So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to put some effing stuff in there. Hopefully they do.
Well, I think they just make a parody out of it. That's what personally. That's what I think.
That's the whole. That's like part of their MO is everything's a parody. Freaking Facebook is called Life Invader. You know, the Apple phone is the iFruit. I mean, they just flip everything upside down and make it like comedic. Which is, I think they do a good job of it too. This next game is going to be epic, so it's going to be so epic.
Like, what were the mods you were able to do? Like, could people mod the game and like do crazy things? I heard they were doing that because I never played GTA 5 before.
What? No, I mean, I've never played it on the computer, so I don't know. Like, you can't really mod stuff on the console. I don't know what.
Yeah, pretty much just computer. Because that's what I like to watch live streamers like play their modded servers. I've seen some crazy stuff, but I don't know if like you can mod radio stations. I would have to look
the modded radio station. That would be
like if we got our own like
a bot. We put a bot in here, and it just streams directly to the server, like to the PGA server. That could work. That would be fire. I mean, that would be an interesting mod, though.
Yeah, I'll look into that because then we can just like hop on the GTA instead of hopping on the Discord. Although it can be connected, the radio like could be connected to Discord.
We basically put a bot in here that's a GTA bot, and then he just streams our whole channel directly through the game. That would be so sick.
That would be fire.
That would be so dope.
Let me investigate and see if it works on GTA 5.
Yeah, but in terms of the console, whatever they put on the game, it's going to be locked in for a while. We'll have to like...
It's a flat earth server, you crackhead. GTA server. This is a flat earth server.
No, dude, we're saying
GTA
like...
bot. Freaking crackhead, dude.
No, we're saying... Have you played Grand Theft Auto before?
Yeah, dude. My life? Yes.
Okay, good. So, you know how they have like radio stations?
They used to have like real cars.
Yeah, the real car mod? Yeah, I would do that.
Yeah, they had that, dude.
That's
like
the
a
best
McLaren, a Lamborghini, you know, like actual cars.
Yeah. No, what we're saying is like, if they don't, bro, it would be so dope if they had a radio station, like a talk radio station, and there was some Flat Earth content on there.
Oh, a Flat Earth radio mod? Dude, that would be badass.
But like in the future, we could actually have a modded server where one of the radio stations is just this VC. So we have to have like a GTA bot that streams to the game. Or something like that.
Dude, I'm sure someone must have done an Alex Jones mod back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
At InfoWars blasting.
Yeah, that'd be funny. You can see that.
Just turn the radio off.
I mean, even if we can join, if there is a modded server, say it's like one of the biggest modded servers online, and we could somehow get in with one of their admins and say, hey, can we join your server and can you add our Discord channel to the radio station? And then just like how we're in politics, just like how we're in the English Hub, like there's a bunch of words, but we're in the game to a different audience.
It doesn't seem impossible. That seems doable, man. I think we could actually achieve that.
Like, we'd be like, yo, Drewski, hook us up with your radio show.
Yeah. I think that would be hot. I think people would actually kind of like that. And that's a whole other way to get our content out there.
Like, for all the streamers are going to have custom servers, like Jaden Ross, freaking iShow Speed, all those guys.
Oh, No, we could have a customer service if we wanted to. I mean, because like a lot of people just sit here and listen. We might as well just throw up the game and.
Yeah, there's a different audience, right? I mean, if we can get in there somehow and, to a broad group of people, that'd be nice.
I would love to see that.
We have like flat Earth headquarters all chilling there in people, like people pull up. We're just pull up to us. Like, hey, what are the flat Earth? We just like we're our own characters in the game.
Yeah, we're like at the water doing laser tests. I don't know. We could definitely that'd be a side mission. That'd be a side mission. You pull up at a lake.
Yeah, you like that shit, huh?
And they're like, hey man, what are you doing with that laser? I'm like, check it out. We're looking 30 miles over there. I mean, it's gonna be in California. We could even have a black swan thing in there. I'm telling you, bro.
I just gave a dog bacon for the first time, dude. I got a new best friend, dude. This dog will kill for me.
No.
Dude, bacon to a dog is like crack, man. I'm serious, dude. Just like tuna fish to a cat, man. You give a cat tuna fish, man? That's a wrap, man. You own him. This dog is like grilling me now. Get over here! I'm actually grilling bacon on the grill. We're grilling bacon on the grill.
Nice.
On the grill, man. You have to deal with the freaking grease.
Good idea. Flat grill? Is it a flat grill?
Yeah, spherical freaking grills, man. What you think that's heated with, lava?
That's the best way to cook.
Here's the flat explain lava.
That's what's under the lava.
Can't explain lava, CB. It's a globe.
I guess so. Magma.
All that other evidence, man, but it was the lava that got me. I was like, no curvature? That. I'm a flat earther. No lava? God damn it, I'm going back to the globe.
That's actually pretty funny.
I got a dude to say unit to track the units today.
What you got to explain that.
Yeah, he was like, mass attracts mass. I'm like, what's mass? He's like, the kilogram. Says, so the kilogram's a unit. So units attract units? He's like, yeah.
Units attract units.
Well done, man. Well done.
Yay!
I thought that was it. I thought he was gonna freaking crash out. But I turned it around. I got him to stay for another 30 minutes of juicy clips of retardation. Dude, in the morning, Yoder was saying this. It's like the Howard Stern show in here at 7 a.m. Eastern, man. You're missing a CB. It's really like the Howard Stern show.
I gotta wake up earlier then. What time? 7?
7 a.m., yeah.
God damn.
Dude, they say the craziest stuff. The girls are all, over in English Hub. Chicks are like, oh, Harvard. I know where that is. Can I add you as a friend?
Oh, wow. Okay, hey.
Can we call it Butterface Mornings?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Then right after it, Pajit Tower.
Oh, yeah, hey, man. Yeah, Neil, you're going to get us canceled, though. You got to save that for FU, dude. We're going to get us canceled.
What, Butterface?
No, the other one.
What, a Pajit?
Dude, you see? We're going to get us,
Come on, man.
Get us in trouble.
Is that actually a bad word?
See, I didn't think so, but, apparently.
We
got some. See. Oh, dude. Oh, man. Yeah.
The whole base, dog.
Front home base. That's where we said it last time, and somebody freaked out, bro. Somebody freaked out. They're like, "I'm gonna report you to Discord. I'm gonna get you banned." To me, and you said it. So, dude, I don't know, bro.
I don't even know the word.
You don't even know the word? Yeah. See, I didn't think it was that bad. I mean, apparently you could say nigga, but you can't say freaking. Yeah, whatever, dude. Fuck it. Who cares, dude? We'll just save all the base speech for FU. Go ahead.
I think it's something to do with the class system, the caste system, and like Brahmin and everybody else. The Brahmin are like the upper class, and the Pajits are like just like not the lowest class. That's the Dajits or something like that. Those are like the untouchables. Yeah, dog shit. I mean, that sounds about right.
Yo, dude, you're gonna get him so canceled, dude.
That's what I heard him say.
Dajit or something like that.
Oh my god.
Means untouchable.
Say that. That's the proper. That's the more like nice way to say it. I could be like, all right, what about this dumb Hindu? Right? What about this Hindu? Like my friends are brown. Right?
Come on,
untouchable. That's brilliant.
I can say that all my friends are brown, right? My best friends are all brown, right? So I've been like, around them my whole life. So like when I say words,
brown guy.
Right? Yeah, basically.
He's a token Oreo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I know which cautious words not to say around them when they get offended, and one of them is the word I just said. Right? If you say that, they're like, "Yo, can you stop saying that so much?" I'm like, all right, no problem. So I replaced it with the cheat one, right? And then so like, what do you want me to do? Like, what do you want me to call them?
Their name?
Indian? Yeah. I get censored for that? I just want to know what the right Indian is. Like red dot or like, feather? Like
it's crazy. Yo, dude, I hope old dude's not listening right now. He's out there having a stroke.
I'm just trying to get the proper classification. If anything, I'm being like intellectually honest.
I liked untouchable. That sounded good.
Untouchable? We can do that. Let's just get that over.
You know that Dr. Shiva is an untouchable, right?
Yeah. Red dot is
why they came to America. He tells a story about how he was an untouchable, and that's why they came to America.
And then he got touched.
Gotta make it through MIT somehow.
Oh my god.
Well, Epstein was hanging out there.
I managed to keep that juice in my mouth. I don't know.
Hey, yo, pause, bro.
Yo, did anybody hear about the attack in Manchester today in England, terrorist attack?
Saw your message.
No way. So yeah, Muslim man attacks Jewish synagogue in Manchester, first by driving his car into a crowd, jumping out of the car, attacking people with a knife, whilst wearing a suicide belt. Police were on the scene bloody immediately, shot the man dead, and it was later confirmed that the suicide belt wasn't an actual explosive device. It was just there to cause fear and confusion amongst everyone. But yeah, a few people dead. Muslim man attacks Jewish community on English streets. Right.
Dude, I don't. This world that we're living in might as well just be Grand Theft Auto. This is just chaotic and crazy. I don't even know, how do I? This is weird. How do I? There's so much going on. I don't even know how to deal with it.
Yeah, man. Every day. But yeah, just in case you guys didn't know, I've put a couple of articles over on FU.
So why is everybody upset? Because it was an attack on Jewish people? Is that it? You're only allowed to attack the natives?
Kind of, yeah.
If they attacked you, they'd be like, cool. It was, a 24-year-old youth instead of saying what they are.
No, it seems to be a Muslim man for sure. I'm just more concerned that the police
they told people that's the thing. Don't they usually not say anything?
This is what I'm saying. That the man looks Muslim. The police were on the scene immediately with guns, by the way, because we don't carry guns that much in the UK. So they were here with guns straight away and shot this Muslim-looking man who didn't have an explosive on him, but drove his car into a crowd and slashed a few people with a knife on a Jewish holy day in the synagogue. So I don't know what's happened, man. I'm just telling you what's on the news. But the police were there fucking fast. I've seen too many squibs and stuff over the last 2 weeks, man, to take anything that I see on the screen as real.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like,
for the government.
How are we gonna know it's real? And then on the opposite side, if it isn't real, then it's clearly just like rage bait for the media to get more clicks and to cause more division amongst people. And why isn't any of this stuff happening in the summer? Why is the summer just a vacation from politics and everything? And then all of a sudden it ramps up. That's all I got to say.
We had massive pro-Palestine. I'm on the wrong fucking server. We had massive pro-Palestine demonstrations in the city of London yesterday. Massive ones. Country's burning, guys. Like, seriously.
I never understood it. Like, there's no way, man. Like, there's no way. Like, nothing. If you were gonna do something off the hook, right, and you didn't like the country, why would you just attack a random Jewish synagogue? Like, what's that gonna do? Has no effect on Israel. They're not like, oh my God, they attacked the synagogue. Let's stop bombing. Let's stop bombing the Gazans. Obviously, they're not gonna do that, right? So what's the point? Revenge? Like, I don't get it. What's the end game? What were they hoping to achieve?
Well, it depends what the motives were. Depending if this man is radically Islamic, if the situation exists as portrayed, then it's just a radical Islamist doing what he's supposed to do, and that's kill Jewish people, get martyrdom, and get straight to heaven.
Well, I mean, he's supposed to kill infidels, and he probably passed about 100 of them on his way there.
Yeah, exactly. He's probably married to one. I don't know, man. I really don't know anymore. So much stuff like CB said is going on all of the time. It's hard to point your finger at anything and say, this is actually what's happening. You can't trust anything that's on the media. The situation exists. I'm just waiting for the reaction to see what happens next.
Well, my main if something's not broadcasted on the media and it's happening, then that's the real shit.
Yeah.
Because if they're showing you the stuff that's happening, they want you to see it. Right?
Yeah. Interesting enough, I got Sky News Australia on, and in Australia they're being told that in Nigeria thousands upon thousands of Christians are being slaughtered across the country.
Yeah, I saw a news article online about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never see it the other way around. Christians come after Muslims.
I think the people in Iraq.
Have you lost your brain? Neil, what were the two things in the Gulf, dude, that happened? And the thing in Afghanistan? Like, what happened there? Oh, dude.
Do you remember Iraq?
On the media. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you got me a bit there.
Yeah, that's why they're doing their thing, allegedly.
I had to backtrack a bit.
And I do say allegedly.
Yeah.
I don't know what to believe. I'm just like kind of numbed to everything. It's like they want you to react. It's like I don't even know how to react. My hands are up. You keep doing something. Something happens twice in one day, 5 times in a week. Like, am I supposed to react? Like crying? Like, I don't know, dude. It's just too much. It's too much.
Supposed to vote Republican.
Well, Trump 2028.
You said the stuff was happening there. Like, I was getting my hair cut by this kid from Iraq, right? He just moved here like a couple of years ago. And he's like, yeah, when I was a kid, like we used to always see tanks coming in, and you tell me like crazy stories of like his brother's getting killed and people like right in front of him getting blown up, and I'm like, wow, that's the life you grew up living.
Go.
Is that whilst he's got a razor blade around your fucking throat?
I mean, luckily I didn't tell him I was half Jewish. So I mean,
Oh, I didn't know that about you, Neil.
actually, maybe I did. Actually, I did tell him that. I'm not gonna lie, I did tell him again. I think it's. Yeah. I don't celebrate the religion, but technically I'm not a real Jew. But I have the cheap Jewish blood in me. Please give me a good deal. How much you want? A low ball.
What do you call a Jewish guy at the gay bar? A Hebrew.
Oh my god.
Three gay guys walk into a bar, and there's only one stool left. How do they sit down?
Oh, no.
They flip the stool upside down.
Oh.
Hey,
back to Mike Legos.
Okay, back to the topic, man. Yeah, I have to crack down on off-topic shit, man. Sorry, just give me a crackdown.
Sorry, just following your footsteps.
No,
Dude, you
I
got me
know.
cracking up.
Is that what she said?
Somebody made a good point to me that we talk about all sorts of shit. If someone talks about tomato gardening, they get shouted down, which is actually a legit beef. We're being a little selective in like our off-topic permissibility.
So I just
Which is
saw
what we got after you.
ever. I shit you not. I saw a video where scientists are claiming that the Milky Way galaxy is flapping its wings.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
I shit you not. Search it up. It's so fucking stupid.
Doesn't even seem that outlandish compared to the other stuff.
You know, that's kind of tame.
They've got to be fucking with us at this point.
Yeah, if you want to mute me and make an example of it, I'm all for it. I'm down to be the sacrificial lamb. But yeah, note taken. I will.
No, it's not just it's everybody. I'm talking to everybody in this chat.
Yeah, obviously.
We're probably gonna have like some mob meeting or something to go over it. I've been thinking about it for a few days. CB instigated it. It ain't the Jeet thing though. That's part of it. But CB said, "I'll take it to the quick and FU." So I mean, I can't complain to him. He picks it himself. It's everybody else I got a problem with.
Noted.
CB did, right? He's just like a woman. He doesn't get in the accident, he causes the accident. Right? He's looking in the rearview mirror going, did I do that? And there's a 3-car fucking pile up.
That's definitely CB.
Yeah.
Sorry, chat. What?
You're an instigator.
Oh, facts.
Injo's telling us how much of a woman you are, and we agreed. You definitely are.
But how many women I'm in? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
You are one.
And with a lot of women? So I didn't actually mean to click that button, my bad.
It's alright, it's for yourself anyway.
Yeah, we know, man.
Oh, damn, that's shot fires.
We know you've been with a lot of women shopping.
Shopping? Hey!
You're like, oh man, maybe this time is the time. And they're telling their friends, I'm taking my gay friend shopping.
Oh my god.
No! God, please, no! No! No!
That's the nightmare fuel right there.
What is going shopping?
A girl thinking you're the gay guy and taking you shopping because, hanging out with you because she thinks you're gay. That's like literally legit nightmare fuel.
Yeah.
That ain't gonna happen to me. That would only happen in a nightmare.
It's not happening to me either. Anyway. We have Liberal Enzo that's server muted. You guys want to talk to him? There's also Truth by Proxy, and I have to go soon as well. I'll be in listening mode for a bit.
Unmute him, man.
All right, chat, unmute him. You heard the guy.
Oh, you're mobile or something? Come on, I'll do it.
Yeah, I'm on that mobile right now, gang.
Liberal Enzo. See how this looks. Right, you're free. You're free from bondage. Yeah, you Liberal Enzo. Don't mind me, man. I'm just chilling and growing. I swear to God, every time I open up the grill top, this dog gets up. He's like, starting my fall on the ground.
Whose dog is that?
Not mine. Some chick staying here. It's her dog. And she went out, and I'm watching it. So I blackmailed it with bacon. No, he's never had bacon before. Ever. His entire life. He was a street dog in L.A., I guess. They just, snatched him off the street. He was just, roaming around. So the thing has, social anxiety disorder. It just, follows you around, everywhere, man. It's like a shadow.
Is it like a Chad dog or like a little, Shih Tzu?
No, this just he's a little weird for a dog. He literally just follows you around. He can't be alone.
So he's not an Oxford German Shepherd or anything.
Oh, it's not. It's like a mutt or something. I don't know what it is. I'll take a picture.
Clearly, you're the pack leader then.
I am now that I gave him bacon.
Yep, that's why they follow you around.
Well, he was already following me around, but I thought I'd give him a bunch of bacon, maybe that would like occupy him or satiate him, and it did for about 30 seconds.
My brother's like that. His dog is like that too. I give her steak, and she won't leave me alone.
I should picture the dog in the chat. This dog won't sit down unless you sit. If you're standing, he stands. He's got a freaking, what do you call it? Borderline personality disorder or something. Thinks you're gonna leave him. Goddamn right they're gonna leave you. You blink, I'm out of here. Well, he just hovers. He don't like do anything. Like, you know what I mean? He isn't like touching you or rubbing into you or anything like that. Just it's like a little shadow. It's really strange. But the reason I'm watching him is because if the dog is left alone, he'll scratch the freaking door until he actually broke some shit. You know how you have like the air guard, the cold, you touch the bottom of your door, keeps cold air from coming under the door. You rip that shit right off. Hey, back on topic. What about Flat Earth? Any Globers in here? Let's see. Let's go through the list. So, anybody that's in here that doesn't have a role, you're muted automatically when you come into the chat. Just to tell you. I'm going to go through the list. Anyone that doesn't have a role, I'm going to unmute you one by one, give you a brief interview, see if you want to be...
Scarlet King has no roles.
Yeah, but he's like physically server muted. I'm gonna go in alphabetical order. Chuck E. Cheese or whatever his name is. You can unmute people, right, Sheepdog?
What's that?
You got the ability to unmute people, right? You got gold, right?
Yeah, I'm gold plus.
Yeah, dude. Word. And I did read those DMs. Just to tell you, all the DMs you sent me, I do read them. I just didn't really respond.
Oh, you responded, dude. That was funny when you were like, you and AV were having that conversation with that Glober. Like, dude, you scrutinize the hell out of Flat Earth, but you won't do that for the globe. And then immediately, like whatever analogy y'all used, I immediately came to that analogy. I'm like, it's the same damn analogy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's really, and the thing is, his scrutiny of Flat Earth, there was nothing to it, right? He didn't even understand the counterpoint, but just as long as it exists, right? This is a tactic they use in politics and in public relations. They just want to create the appearance of a controversy. There doesn't even have to be a controversy. They just want to create the appearance of one, right? Oh my God, there's the counterpoint. Well, that's controversial. I'm not going to arbitrate that. I'll just pretend that doesn't exist anymore, right? And I'll look for. So they try to look. It's like stealing keep using this analogy. Stealing a car radio, right? You look for the unlocked door, the car with the unlocked door to steal their radio. You don't go through the locked door. So any challenge, right? Anything that has a challenge, they're too lazy to arbitrate or analyze the information to see which is true or not. They're looking for the uncontested ones, right? Anything challenged, no, I'm just not gonna think about that. I'm gonna look for the uncontested stuff. And I'll think about that, and I'll just take it at face value. Unless it's flat Earth, and then I'm gonna look for anything that might go against it. It's so hypocritical.
No, it is like they'll people will literally say the government's lying about everything except the shape of the Earth. Moon landing was fake. Everything's fake. They're lying about everything. But they couldn't trick me about the shape of the Earth. There's no way that could happen.
Oh, Chuckles was his VC verified. So I'll do the next dude. The Scarlet King. That name seems familiar. What is with this RimWorld shit? You're unmuted, Scarlet King. I don't know why I did that. So have you noticed that X has turned into just a complete troll hell? Sheepdog.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Yeah, but that's how it's always been. Like the hierarchy always went 4chan, Reddit, and then X. That was the hierarchy of trolling.
4chan, Reddit, then X. Dude, that's a bad company to be in.
I mean, like, man, it was a lot worse back in 2020, not 2020, 2017, 2018. It was a lot different there. I wasn't a flat earther then either, so I don't even know what flat earth would look like back then.
Well, strangely enough, the Flat Earth subreddit was started in 2012.
Yeah. Like all of that seemed to like coalesce around 2012. Something was going on in 2012.
I should join that. I'm on Reddit quite a bit just for pictures and stuff. But I always ruffle feathers because it's all libtards. I think I have like negative karma points.
But yeah, like I don't go on X that much right now. I'm kind of like taking a break from it because it's just nonstop, all day trolling, and then a lot of the narratives are the same all the way around. I just go on there to check the news real quick, see what's going on.
Well, the interactions with the Gulbers, they're pointless. They literally ignore anything you say to them and just like blah 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 blah. They're not on you to death, right? Or start chanting.
Yeah, and I'm convinced that a lot of these Glovers were defeated in the past, and now they have new like fake names, right? Because of like they've upgraded their arguments, but it's the same person.
How many counts do you think Plant and Destruction has?
Oh, jeez.
Dude, I blocked him. He replied right away with another account named the same thing. Right away. I'm like, do you think I'm not gonna block this one too?
That's Dave, ain't it? That's David? Isn't that David? I forget. I don't know his last name. I remember him, and yeah, isn't that the guy that debated in a 2-on-2 versus I think it was like Zerka and Whitson versus him and Conspiracy Cats.
Maybe.
You know what? Maybe it was Nathan Thompson. Might have been Nathan Thompson and Whitson. I don't know. I have a hard time keeping up with the names. It's roughly about 100 of them.
He argued me and said a boat that's in front of the horizon can be hidden by curvature. I'm dead serious, dude. About the RC boats, he said it's hidden by the curvature of the Earth in front of the horizon.
Yeah.
That's a new one. I've never heard that one before.
Well, that's not new. I hear it all the time, especially on X. When I would share that video of you that I overlaid you debating on to give it like, it's the same argument. Like literally, they get argued into a corner, and then you say, well, if the curve's not the thing blocking it, then what's blocking it? Or what was the argument at the end? Like the distance to the horizon or something like that. And they're like, what is that?
Yeah.
But
they try it with sunsets, right? What's blocking the sun? The Earth. Okay, what's that line that's splitting the sun in half? The Earth. So the horizon, right? No, that's not the horizon. What? Yeah, it's horizon until it reaches, like, if you got an image, right? Horizon, water horizon. Then as soon as it gets to the sun, it turns into Earth and not the apparent horizon anymore. And right there, just at the sun, that's the geometric horizon. And all the other parts of the horizon, that's an apparent horizon. It just shows you like how, like, this is why I don't go on X as much, because it's just the dishonesty. They don't believe what they're saying, dude. They just can't. Like I said, it's a lot of this stuff with these guys is just, I have to give the image, the appearance of some controversy when there isn't any. It's just a game they're playing.
At some point it is. Like, yeah, they're in the beginning it probably starts out with the Earth can't be flat, and then after a while you know at some point they have to admit that like there's a lot of things that they can't refute, and so they're, like you said, they're just saying nuh-uh because it's a game. Like, let me go online and troll the flat earth.
The horizon back and forth, right? Just that back and forth. What's cutting the sun in half? The horizon. So the horizon is geometric. Yes. So why does it move around? Because it's apparent. You know what I mean? And we just do this back and forth. They just contradict themselves, and they literally have no argument. And they know they have no argument.
Is the horizon in front of the boat or behind the boat? It's behind the boat. So what's cutting off the bottom of the boat? The horizon.
Well, hold on. Why is there a horizon at all? How about that one? You heard me ask them that, right? Why is there a horizon at all? Because there should be no horizon there, right?
Right.
Not on a 1,000-foot lake. There should be zero horizon. The stuff sucks at catching food.
No, if you were my friend, you'd give it to me instead of throwing it at me.
No, I was, but I was like, okay, we're gonna vary this a little bit. I was having meat on my hand, which I think is like very subservient. And then I was setting it down somewhere, and he was eating it. I'm like, I'll try throwing it. And he's missed it every time. Like he hits it with his chin. You know, that's the thing, dude. Like, the horizon, geometric versus apparent horizon, that argument is just fucking unassailable on the globe side. And the only thing you can do is what Matt does, right? No, I don't think ships go over the horizon prove the Earth's the globe, and I don't think the horizon proves anything. Like, literally, that is the only honest out. Even though that's not what they really think. He doesn't really think that. If one of his students asked him, hey, why does the ship go over the horizon? He'd be like, well, that's because of the curvature of the Earth, right? He'd say that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
How do you think a horizon makes sense on a flat Earth?
What do you mean? Could be no horizon on a flat Earth, dude?
No. Well, there would be a horizon. It would just like blur because of atmospheric fraction, right? Like it would blur out like on a foggy day.
Those aren't the kinds of questions we typically answer. Like, how could you answer? What's your question?
You know, it's hypothetical. It's that the horizon on a flat Earth would be blurry and not well defined.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we know that's not true.
Yeah, like the observation disproves that idea, but how does that make sense?
Because we can have hold on, Elijah, let me answer. Okay, so because we've tested this where it can't be an Earth curve horizon and it's still well defined. Such as our lake that's 1,000 feet long, right? A lake that's 1,000 feet long. Hold on, dude, you got me finished. So a lake that's 1,000 feet long, when the globe horizon should be 2,600 feet away. So that can't be the globe horizon. It's way too close. And it's well defined.
Yeah, but saying that it's not option B doesn't demonstrate that it is option A.
No. It's demonstrating that it's option A is the fact that there's no obstruction, but there's still a definitive horizon because it's not Earth curve, which is B. But A is this is flat and there's a definitive line.
Yeah, why is there a definitive line?
Because
it doesn't even matter why.
It's just the way it is.
It doesn't even matter why. Knowing why doesn't change it one way or another.
Would that be a valid argument for me to make about why the globe Earth has a horizon?
Well, where's that at?
What do you mean? I'm saying it right now.
Yeah, the globe Earth horizon moves around, right?
Yeah, just like the flat Earth horizon. They're equally.
Yeah, that means the horizon's apparent. That's not unexplained.
I'm sorry, I missed the flat Earth explanation for it.
Yeah, it's because you have a shallow angle of view. Right? So there's an angle which you cannot see a flat surface. Right?
I'm not sure what that means, because like the further away something gets, smaller in angular size it is. But you can always
No. There's an angle of intersection. The angle of intersection of your line of sight. Right? There's an angle from which you can't see, right? So if I look at a spot, if I'm 6 feet tall, my eyes are 6 feet tall, and I look at a spot on the ground 6 feet from my feet, that's a 45-degree angle. If I look at a spot 12 feet away from me, away from my feet, that's what is it? Whatever half of 45 is, 22.5 or whatever, right? A degree angle. And a spot 40 feet away is 12.212 or something, right? There's a distance for which that angle is so small, it's unresolvable. And we know what that distance is because we know what the angular resolution of the human eye is.
Well, are you talking about
For an observer, it's 3.24 miles. And just coincidentally, that's the same place the globe horizon's supposed to be.
No, what?
Ain't that a weird coincidence?
I've seen a lot of things way further away than you said. 3 point what?
The surface of the water. The water surface.
Yeah, I've seen the surface of I've been in a plane where we're 3 kilometers or 5 kilometers up, and I can still see the water below me in quite an expansive direction. All sorts of directions.
Okay, I'm talking about the angle of intersection, where your line of sight intersects the ground. If that's too shallow, like imagine you have a table, right? A giant fucking table. You can lower your eye level enough to the level of the table where you can't see the surface anymore because you're looking at the table edge on, parallel, right? Parallel to the surface.
Yeah,
angle zero.
All 6. Yeah, if it's a 6 foot table, you'd be seeing all 6 feet in like an arc second of visible angle in front of you, right? That's what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying, let's start from the angle 0. Angle 0, your line of sight is parallel to the table. How about angle 0.000001? Okay? Are you going to see the table?
You're going to see a very small amount of table.
No, you will not. Because the angle resolution in the eye is 0.02. You can't resolve angles smaller than that. No, you can't resolve angles smaller than 0.02. So if that angle is smaller than that, you can't resolve it. You can't see the surface. That's why it's called angular resolution.
You can always
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, dude.
Like,
you're a robot.
Whatever kind of magnification device you want to use.
Magnification don't change the angular resolution of a camera. Or your eye or
Yes,
anything else. No, it doesn't. It's not even the same formula.
Are you like a camera that can focus 100x? Will take something that's like a arc second wide in your normal vision and project it into a full arc degree.
This is where it gets into silly
so that you can actually resolve the details of it.
Okay, no, you're not resolving the details. You're zooming in. So you're taking. Yeah, what you're doing, it's like taking. Say you take an image that's like 512 by 512, and you blow it up to 10,000 by 10,000. Did you get any more detail by blowing it up?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, no. If you zoom in, you do get more detail, though.
Dude, no. Okay. You're not getting more detail. Yeah. You're just making.
If you use a camera and it's all the way zoomed out.
Look, brother.
If you take a camera and it's zoomed all the way out, you take
what you're saying is,
and then you zoom all the way in on the center.
What you're saying is true.
You can see more pixels per arc second.
No, look, the space between the pixels, there's no information. So 512 by 512, I blow it up. Now that one pixel is represented by a square that's 256 by 256 pixels. So where did that visual information come from? That's not
carrying that single pixel. Zoom in with the camera.
I think y'all are talking. I think y'all are talking past. I think y'all might be talking past each other. So when you zoom, if you're zooming in with a camera on something, you're increasing the aperture size.
All you're doing is taking a part of the full one-time zoom, and you're zooming in on a section of it. So you're taking that and you're expanding it, but it's the same visual information.
If you're using digital zoom, yes, but if you're
Even optical
increasing
zoom.
well, if
Even on an optical, you're actually getting more. You're getting more information. Like it's the
The
same
only way to
amount
get
of
more information is
per
to have a
square inch of
bigger.
this.
The only way to get more information is to have a bigger lens. The only way.
Or you
This
can
is
zoom
why.
in now.
This is bro. Listen to this. If what you were saying is true, why don't we have telescopes that are a mile long? All we'd have to do is increase the focal length, and we would just frickin' have better resolution of fucking Pluto and Mars and every other thing. We just make a fucking 5-mile long telescope.
Well, that's something that affects it. That sounds like really impractical for being able to view things.
No, they don't do it because it don't work.
Change the alignment.
Okay, they tried that.
Are you saying that zooming in on things doesn't work?
No, back in the 1700s, they tried to make longer telescopes to zoom in on planets, and it don't work.
Yeah, but telescopes clearly work, and they can see things that the naked eye or like a camera can't resolve.
Yeah, they clearly work, dude. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. They don't work better by increasing the zoom. In fact, telescopes have fixed zoom. What makes a telescope better is having a bigger diameter lens. That's why the largest, most powerful telescope in the world is 10.2 meters. Okay? They make that.
Yeah. So if you go from like a small, crappy camera.
That color. Their perception. That's what they do. In fact, like, dude, do I need to like post in the chat where NASA says angular resolution, the most important equation in astronomy?
Diameter.
Yeah, right. Like, seriously, tell this kid something, man. He's freaking off the rails.
Yeah, if you wanted to take a picture of the Apollo landing site, you would need a telescope with a 210 meter diameter.
Or get closer. Yeah. So, like, I don't even understand the argument, because all I'm saying is you can get
Why not increase the magnification?
Yeah, you can get a better magnification, whether you're using a different device or whatever you want to say, like a crappy camera that's only got like 1x zoom or 2x zoom. And you could go to a full telescope, which gets you like 100x zoom. You can get more information. So it's not about resolution, because even when you zoom in on the horizon with a telescope, it can still be crisp. So it's not like all the information's getting compressed inside an area so small that you can't see it. Because you can resolve the details, just like looking over the Chicago skyline. You can see the crisp line cutting across those buildings, and you can clearly see the buildings, the top of the buildings. So it's not a resolution issue.
Yeah, and we can replicate that on a flat surface, like I just told you.
With that laser example that you sent earlier?
Not with a laser. Small scale on a small lake where you eliminate curvature as a variable.
How do you do that?
You use a distance where the horizon can't be a factor. That the horizon has to be behind the water. Distance-wise.
Yeah,
and I'm talking about the geometric horizon, right? No, I'm talking about, yeah, of course above the surface. Camera's above the surface. Talking about the geometric horizon. So you can calculate the distance it should be.
But you can't see the geometric horizon.
We can calculate the distance it should be.
Yeah, but it's not going to be the same as the apparent horizon, obviously.
Is it going to be 2.5 times too close?
It depends on the conditions, of course.
Oh, so the conditions.
Yeah, I mean, you've shown it yourself where the horizons move up and down. They fluctuate, obviously.
They move back and forth in distance.
Sure, that's another way of showing it, of stating
Okay.
it.
Yeah, so this happens on a flat surface.
Well, I mean, that's an assertion.
Sure.
How do you demonstrate that?
1,000-foot lake? 1,000-foot lake?
Mm-hmm.
1,000-foot lake is not a flat surface.
They curve slightly, yes.
How do you know that?
Well, I sent you the reciprocal zenith angles thing. That
I said
demonstrates that he did
1,000
it.
foot. Like, okay, first of all, you didn't even know plumb lines curve. Okay, reciprocal zenith angles are trash because of deflection of the vertical. Right?
Yeah. So why does that vertical deflect on a flat Earth?
It deflect. It's a deflection of the vertical that has nothing to do with reciprocal zenith angles. It has to do with plumb.
Well, I'm saying in these particular instances, we
Your
know
plumb
what
ain't
causes
plumb, dude.
deflection. Yeah, we know what causes deflection of these zenith angles.
Oh,
and
how
we
do we
can
know
go
that?
in conditions. You do novel testable predictions to see if you can isolate and figure out what the factor is. We've figured out that it's large masses that causes deflection. Yep.
Who dug that hole?
Who figured that out? Mason-Dixon.
Who dug that hole?
Dug what
Find the
hole?
large
Mason-Dixon
mass
figured this
underneath and
out.
deflecting. And first of all, you just combine two things, right? Deflection of the vertical is not a zenith angle. Because those are two different things. Though they are similarly related. So the first thing you do is you plumb the instrument, right? But you don't. The plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. Even in geodetic surveying, it says the level line, the horizontal line, is only valid at the instrument itself.
Yeah, of course. That's what
At
I'm
the instrument.
saying. Reciprocal. Yeah.
So what does a zenith angle get you? You're trying to extend that level line out to theodolite.
Yeah, and if the Earth was flat, they would line up.
You're trying to,
perfectly if
yeah,
they were
you
the
just
same.
skip right past that part. That now you're trying to say levels over here as well as at the instrument. No, but level is level there, and the level that's there is different because of the undulations of the geoid. Okay, the
undulations of the geoid.
Yeah, the geoid is the equipotential surface of gravity.
But you don't
Why don't you
believe
tell me
in
this?
gravity.
Tell me this. Why don't you tell me this? Why don't you tell me this? What's the reference ellipsoid for? If they're measuring curvature, oh my Jesus Christ! You don't know what the reference ellipsoid is? The WGS 84 reference ellipsoid. You don't know what that is?
Oh, the WGS 84. Yeah.
It's the reference ellipsoid. It's the reference ellipsoid.
Okay.
So they take an abstract mathematical ellipsoid of revolution, which means it's a solid, okay, and they project measurements onto it using something called reduction of the horizontal direction. Okay, so what they do is they apply a formula based on the ellipsoid, and then that changes the azimuth that you're pointed. It rotates it through calculation, and then they record that measurement.
Okay.
Well, they record that reduction. Okay.
Does that give you more accurate measurements or less accurate measurements?
No, it has nothing to do with accurate measurements. It's creating a sphere where one is not measured.
Well, I'm assuming that you're saying that like surveyors do this. Am I correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
So surveyors do this and it causes no difference in the measurements they're getting? Or is it a positive? Like it makes it more accurate?
No, no one is measuring reciprocal zenith angles, dude. You're deluded.
Yeah, I sent you a page. I sent you a thing where a guy literally did that.
Yeah, yeah, that's a cool story, though. Okay, that's a cool
You can do it
story.
yourself.
Yeah, that's right. I could. How do I compensate for the geoid? The EGM gravitational model. EGM, I think it's EGM.
If you do it near a, if you do it near a,
even in
on a local
surveying,
scale,
it says
doesn't matter.
plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. But you have to assume that for reciprocal zenith angles to mean anything.
What? Can you say that again? I didn't understand what that meant.
Plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
Okay. For reciprocal angles and zenith angles to mean anything, they must be.
Well, I mean, it's like a tangent to the Earth. It's not.
You don't even understand your own fucking argument. This is sad. Go find the people you're parroting and bring them because you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Whoever's argument you're parroting, bring them.
Okay, so you don't want to discuss it with me.
You're not competent in this field. You don't know what you're
I would
talking
say
about.
you're not competent in this field.
You can say whatever you want. I can
Angles
cite-
are
I can-
a very
I can cite
obviously
shit,
observed
dude.
thing, and you say, "Nuh-uh."
No, they're not. No, they're not. You don't understand it.
Okay, yeah. What's
I'm
wrong
telling
with
you
it?
that they're not observed. You don't understand the fucking answer, dude.
Yeah,
You
like,
can keep
a
asking me what's
deflection
wrong with it, and I'll keep
from-
telling you, and you'll keep going. I don't understand.
A deflection in the downward vector is caused by
Hmm?
large masses on the surface of the Earth or beneath the surface of the Earth.
It's supposed to be due to
calculate
curvature.
their
It's supposed to be
effects.
for reciprocal zenith angles to mean anything as far as Earth's a sphere, then that plumb line has to be perpendicular to the surface of the Earth, which they're not.
No, if it's a sphere, then that would never even be the case.
You don't even understand the argument. This is fucked up, dude.
If it's a sphere, how the hell could you get a line that doesn't curve, to be perpendicular to the surface of the Earth? It's impossible.
90 degrees from the surface of the Earth, perpendicular. 90 degrees.
Yeah, that would be a tangent.
No. It's
Yeah,
a
'cause it would
surface
get
normal.
Further and further away.
Zenith is not a tangent, dude.
I'm not saying the zenith. I'm saying the perpendicular to the
Perpendicular is zenith, dude.
So you're really not understanding this? The downward, the vertical.
Vertical is zenith.
From that. Yes,
no.
Up down.
The vertical, that plumb line, is not
Mm-hmm.
perpendicular to the surface of the Earth.
It might not be perfectly, but it's definitely, in most places, it's within margin of error on the instrument that you wouldn't even be able to tell.
Then how did they tell?
There's a ton of ways that you can experimentally prove this.
No. How did they tell in the first place?
Mason-Dixon. Mason and Dixon figured it out when they were doing a survey of the Appalachian Mountains in the United States.
Okay, that doesn't tell me how. You just named
When they were doing surveys of this line across the United States, they were noticing a deflection when they were getting further and further away from the Chesapeake, and it was slightly skewing their measurements. They were noticing that there were things wrong with it because they had quality checks to confirm that their
How was it skewing their measurements?
line was actually.
Yeah, tell me how it was skewing their
deflecting.
measurements.
Yeah, it was deflecting the vertical very slightly.
Mm-hmm. Versus what?
What?
Versus what? What's the reference?
The reference, well, they have other reference points that were. Yeah, they have other
Skewed
reference
vertically
points
relative to what?
to the surface of the Earth.
To the surface of the Earth. Are you sure about that?
Certain.
So Mason and Dixon did not use the Clark reference ellipsoid, because that's what it was called back then. It was called the Clark reference ellipsoid.
Okay.
And they also did reduction of the horizontal direction, and they are not measuring these things; they're calculating them, because they're assuming that the vertical is
Measure
not on the same.
calculated thing.
Oh my god, dude! You don't understand. Virtually anything.
Like I can measure the angle to a top of a building and then measure the distance between me and the bottom of the building and then calculate how tall the building is.
That's fantastic, but that's not what they're doing.
That's a measurement, and I mean, that's pretty much exactly what they're doing.
No.
They're taking real world measurements and then they're confirming. Or they're calculating.
They're taking real world measurements, changing the azimuth. The azimuth that's measured, they're changing it.
Okay.
Why are they changing it, dude? Because they need to
get more
tilt the
accurate
vertical. Because they need to tilt the vertical. It's not for more accurate measurement. Okay, if they measure something and change it, how is that a more accurate measurement?
I mean, if this wasn't actually affecting their calculations, then why the hell would they even make this bizarre fake thing up?
bizarre
This doesn't
fake
make
thing.
any sense.
No,
Yeah,
they
you're
think
saying
the
that
Earth
it's
is a
fake,
globe,
that gravity
and they
doesn't
take a
cause
reference
any of this shit. So why make all this up?
Gravity doesn't cause any of what shit.
Like a departure from towards the center of the Earth when you're closer to like a massive body such as a mountain.
Look, if the Earth is an ellipsoid, you can't point toward the center. It would only point to the center at the poles and the equator.
Why?
Oh my God. Okay, imagine you're at 45 degrees, right? And you have a horizontal line, and then you take zenith there and go perpendicular and draw that and extend that line. It will not intersect the center of the Earth because it's not a sphere; it's an ellipsoid.
Like, you realize how very slight the obliquity is, right? Why do you think that would notably affect the ability to establish a correct zenith angle? Or correct zenith?
Dude, you're just all over the place, dude. You're just like a potpourri of bullshit. Fucking potpourri of nonsense. So, really simply, okay? I'm going to ask you again, what's the reference ellipsoid for? Why, if they're measuring a globe, why do they need a reference ellipsoid? What's it for?
Probably to make their calculations more accurate.
How would a abstract concept reference ellipsoid make their calculations more accurate?
So
they have measurements.
If you're trying to build,
they have measurements, dude. But they have measurements.
So you don't want me to answer the question.
No, they have measurements. Why aren't they just using the measurements?
Yeah, because like if you're trying to build a house and you want to make sure that you're doing it correctly, that you're doing it just the way it's supposed to be done, so that the product comes out correctly, you're going to go back and check these blueprints, these abstract concepts that aren't actually in the real world.
That's right. So I'm not going to go the blueprints.
Accuracy of the measurements.
It doesn't help the accuracy of the measurements. The only thing that helps the accuracy of the measurements is measuring correctly. So reading the instrument correctly. There's no calculation involved. You use a tape measure, you read the fucking reading.
What? The theodolite doesn't. It measures angles, not distances.
Yeah. Oh, dude. You're not this stupid. Okay, can't be this stupid. Whatever they're measuring.
Are you saying that surveyors are using a measuring stick?
Are you saying that you're going to straw man me?
No, I'm asking a question. A straw man.
Yeah, they do use a measuring stick. It's called the rod, dude. Yeah, they do measure with a rod. What do you think they sight in with the freaking theodolite?
Are you talking about the far end? That's not measuring the distance between.
They have a measuring rod. They have a measuring rod, dude, with freaking little heights on them, right?
Yeah, off the ground.
And yeah, so they're measuring, right?
Yeah, but they measure the angle from the top of those, from whatever particular position on that measuring rod.
Yep. Yeah, but they are measuring a height, right?
No, they're measuring an angle with the theodolite, and then the rod shows the distance from whatever point you want.
And we're still at, what's the reference ellipsoid for? And how does the reference ellipsoid does not increase the accuracy of measurements? You look, would they measure, let's say they didn't have a reference ellipsoid, would they measure the Earth to be a globe?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So why do they use it?
To make it more accurate. Well, I don't know why you keep asking the same question.
Because you can't say how that would make it more accurate. You gave a fucking analogy that's not analogous. And it wouldn't make house building more accurate. Listen, it wouldn't make house building more accurate.
Looking at the blueprint of a building wouldn't make building the building more accurate.
Building the building, yes. Are you saying you're building a globe? Are you building a globe?
I'm saying
where there isn't one? Yes, yeah, there we got it.
Yes, that's a
building a globe where there isn't one. Congratulations.
Okay. So why do you think that reciprocal zenith angles are the way that they are?
They aren't. They aren't, dude.
So you're just
making shit up. Deny what, dude?
You can do it.
Like, sure I can. Sure I can.
You can run a theodolite and go out and do it with a buddy.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's exactly what you did. So you go do it first, then come back.
Will you believe any of the measurements that I take?
Dude, you go do it first and come back.
I've already done it.
No, sure. How many measurements did you do?
How many would it take for you to think that it's accurate?
Okay, shut up then. I'm gonna mute you for lying, dude. If you keep lying, I'll mute you. You've never done shit, dude.
Why do you think I'm lying?
No,
I want to know what your standard of evidence is.
Because you can't tell me what you did. That's why.
I set up a theodolite.
I ask you because
on the other side.
How many measurements did you do? How many measurements did you do?
10 on each side. 10 on each side.
10 on each side. Okay.
Yep.
And what did you get as a result?
I had to actually look back at my notes. I don't remember the angle of departure from horizontal.
You're a fucking lying sack of shit. What was your delta?
I just told you I don't remember the number. I'm not great at remembering numbers off the top of my head. I write them down.
What was the distance?
I think it was like 0.3 miles, something like that.
Did you correct for refraction?
We calculated for it, yep.
Did you use a theodolite that already has all those things already in it? In software?
No. My buddy's actually the surveyor, so I'm not so familiar with the particulars of the theodolite.
Your buddy being surveyor?
No. I don't know that guy.
Is he anti-flat earther? Don't tell me it's Jesse. Is it Jesse Patholite?
Is it shoe built?
No, it's not anybody you know. There's nobody you know.
Yeah, Jesse Patholite.
It's Jesse. We know it's Jesse.
He's not a surveyor.
The surveyor that I worked with? No, his name isn't Jesse.
This never happened. Let's
But how many? So how many measurements of this would it take for you to believe it? Like, I don't understand why you guys don't go out and do it yourself to prove us wrong.
To prove what wrong? You haven't presented any evidence that you're right. You're just chanting the same thing over and over again. This is your whole shtick, dude, that you've been doing all day. Is that you make a claim and then try to reverse the verdict. No, you make a claim and then say, this is what happens, present no evidence of it, and then do a burden of proof reversal.
Sure.
Present evidence that I'm wrong, but I've never presented any evidence that I'm right.
Yeah, why do you think that Kozlowski's evidence is not evidence?
It's Jesse? It's Jesse?
Well, that's what I sent to you earlier, yes.
Jesse?
That's not the surveyor I went out with.
Okay, so check this out, dude. I know Jesse, okay? You know the first thing I did when I investigated Flat Earth? Want to know the first thing I looked at? Geodetic surveying. Do you know who I ran into? Jesse. He didn't know shit about surveying. All the things I just talked to you about, he didn't know either. Because he's a fucking end user like you.
Oh, so you
take the instrument. No, you guys don't understand what you're doing, dude. You don't understand what you're doing. You don't understand the field.
Geodetic surveyor?
Yeah, he's an end user. He's licensed to go through the theodolite, write down fucking numbers, enter those numbers in a piece of fucking software, hit print a report, and send it to whoever. He doesn't understand the mathematics underlying it.
Did you do?
Yeah, I do.
Could you explain it to us?
I tried to. Okay.
Like, what's the... Yeah, run me through it.
Okay. Really simply, I'll just start with reduction of the horizontal direction. Okay? So you have a reference ellipsoid. So that means there's going to be a vertical tilt. What's the vertical tilt? Oh, reciprocal zenith angles. I thought they measure them. Well, they don't measure them. They calculate them
sorry to interrupt.
using this thing called reduction of the horizontal direction. Because the plane of the vertical are not parallel. They're tilted relative to each other. So if you tilt this in calculation, you have to rotate the azimuth. Because now the direction of north at that point changed. So you have to rotate the azimuth. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
Sorry, you misunderstood my question. You misunderstood my question. Like, let's say you get a job as a surveyor, and you're told, go lay out this.
Dude, my friend did surveying when he was in high school. My friend did surveying when he was in fucking high school. He hadn't even graduated high school yet. It's not a fucking. It's not an elite skill.
2000.
Dude, it is. Dude, surveying is semi-skilled labor.
You might want to talk to a doctor about the Tourette's, man. It's pretty bad. But
semi-skilled labor.
You get
look, the fact that you're enamored by a run-of-the-mill surveyor says it all. You think that that's some high level of technical skill.
No, I want you to explain something to me. I want to understand your understanding of it. You get a job for a 2,000-foot long building that's 400 foot wide. You're handed this job. What's the first thing that you need to do?
I'm going to read the specifications and requirements for doing the job, because all that shit is going to be laid out before you ever break ground. Exactly how they want it surveyed, the software to use, the freaking equipment they want to be used, the level of tolerance, to what order they want closure, right? How many times they want it measured, where the fucking benchmarks are going to be placed, what's the reference benchmark, all that shit is going to be laid out in writing before you ever do anything. Any monkey could walk in and just follow it like a checklist and do it.
Okay.
There is no, like, you think,
so you're gonna.
You think the surveyors walk in on the job and they're like, we're the real engineers here?
Well, I like and I agree with your first step is read the specifications and the plans. What's step 2?
What does that even mean?
Well, I agree with your first step. You want to read the specifications
Check the
and the
schedule?
plans.
Yeah, check the schedule. How often do you have how often do you have to survey? Where's the sign-off sheets?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you report to? Like, dude, then you have to go out and do it, right?
Once you get boots on the ground, what do you do?
You measure a flat Earth. That's what
you find the benchmarks. You find the first benchmark. Good. Well, they would probably call it the central benchmark, right? You'd find that.
Sometimes. Okay. What next?
Who cares? This is irrelevant. This is irrelevant, dude. Okay. It's relevant to the mathematics.
You're saying that you know this better than like licensed surveyors.
Yeah, the mathematics. The mathematics. How it's created in calculation.
Yep.
Dude, listen, you know what you sound like to me? You're like a taxi driver. And because you drive a car around all day, you think you can engineer the internal combustion engine.
Okay.
Okay. Race car drivers, taxi drivers, delivery truck drivers, they know a lot about cars. Obviously, they're in them all day. Right?
So
they have a lot of experience. They have a lot of experience. They have a lot of experience. They have a lot of no, don't interrupt me. They have a lot of experience with cars.
I don't know. You interrupt everybody else.
Tons and tons and tons of experience with cars. Tons. But they don't know how the fucking internal combustion engine works. And Jesse,
and you have
tons and tons of experience with theodolites and has no idea about the underlying mathematics.
Experience with theodolites, and yet you're telling me
I took differential geometry. That's all I need to know. Differential geometry. That's all I need to know.
Okay. Why do you think that's the only thing you need to know? Have you gone out?
Because that's how it was created in the first place. Because the first thing ever published on frickin' geodetic surveying is a book called Helmer, okay? Published in the 1800s. That's fucking like something like 1,300 pages of equations. And it says in it that because we can't measure the sphericity of the Earth, we have to proceed from a theory of formation. That the Earth is rotating and that gravity formed it into a ball. And then they create a reference ellipsoid and map measurements onto the surface of this reference ellipsoid.
Not any measurements.
No, they map the measurements onto the surface of the reference ellipsoid using curved plumb lines.
Yeah, they're doing it the opposite way around. They're not taking
no idea what I'm talking about.
The ellipsoid. You're saying they have the ellipsoid and they force the measurements to match it. Am I correct?
They don't force the measurements to match it. They correct the measurements to match it.
Yeah, which
correct and
incorrect. Yeah, they incorrect the measurements so that they match the ellipsoid.
Look, bro, you can map any surface to any other surface.
Kind of.
Proven by Gauss and theorem of Grigium. This is where differential geometry comes into play, dude. You can map any surface to any other surface. I'm not talking about a projection. I'm talking about mapping, a mapping function. Because that's what the globe does. It doesn't do a straight projection. It does what's called a mapping function. That's what the curvature of the plumb line is, right? So what happens is that you have the reference ellipsoid, but you have it tilted vertical relative to the surface of the Earth. Not perpendicular, but it has to intersect the reference ellipsoid in perpendicular. Well, you can't do that because you have a tilted plumb line. So you have to curve the plumb line to get it to intersect the reference ellipsoid. Now think of it as like this. You have your reference ellipsoid underneath, and then you have your actual physical ground above it. And then you have your theodolite on that physical ground. Now your theodolite is tilted relative to the oh god, dude. You have your theodolite tilted relative to the reference ellipsoid. Okay? But it seems on the surface of the Earth that it's perpendicular.
Yeah, what's the quantity that you're saying that this deflection happens?
It undulates.
Yeah, like what's the extreme?
It depends. Depends on where you are.
The most
because how do you even know it? How do you even know it exists, bro? How do you even know it exists in the first place? That's the real question.
Measure it. Measure it.
Against what?
Like you know how well, obviously you know how surveying.
Against what? What are you measuring it against?
You're surveying. You're measuring it against.
What are you how do you know your vertical is tilted? How do you know if it's a very small thing? How do you know your vertical is tilted?
Well, if it's a very small thing, then you're not going to know it unless you have some kind of external reference.
Well, then that's why I asked you then, how do they know it?
What's because like it seems like a lot of your hat is hanging on.
Then how do I know? And how do they know it?
Perfectly straight up and down. It's slightly deflected.
Worse than that.
But I'm curious like how much it is deflected because you keep saying it's deflected. It's deflected. Like it's very.
It's undulate.
Like it's a notable problem. What's the most that is deflected on the surface of the Earth?
Just so 0.71 arc minutes.
So less than a degree.
That's the largest I've seen. That's the largest I've seen. But that's a single point. Okay, yeah. That's just that one single point.
Yeah, so you're talking about
what happens when you measure lots of what happens when you measure lots of points? It's a cumulative error.
Yeah, it does cause a cumulative error, but
how do you correct it?
It's not going to be that far off.
How do you correct it? Well, how do you correct it? How do you correct it?
You probably have a model that more accurately.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Really?
Yeah,
it's
so
almost like they're measuring the surface of the Earth and mapping it to a reference ellipsoid that they actually measure.
Yeah, you can actually
because within this, right? You know that you're going to have negative zenith angles, right? You have to. You have to have negative zenith angles.
What does that even mean?
That means your vertical is tilted so that they diverge instead of converge. They won't converge at the center of the Earth. They'll diverge away. They'll converge somewhere in the sky. It has to be because the gravity, theta Earth, won't be gravity. The gravity vector is undulating. So you will have locations where the zenith angles converge. They don't tilt away from each other. They converge towards each other.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying now. So, like, where this happens, correct me if I'm wrong. If you
happens all over the world, happens everywhere.
Sure,
happens everywhere.
Sure, but it's typically around like very large mountain ranges. Do you agree with that?
Nope.
Where's
There's no very large mountain ranges in Australia. There's actually a published paper by Featherstone, who's a very cited author in geodesy. You should maybe read it. It's called Use and Abuse of Deflection of the Vertical. He talks about this very subject. Pardon me?
Is it some kind of peer-reviewed paper or something?
Yes.
Okay.
The conference papers presented at a conference of geodetic surveyors.
Sounds interesting. Yeah, I mean, I know there are subsurface conditions that can cause deflection from the vertical as well. But I'm not seeing like what the big issue is that we're not even talking about an arc minute of deflection. Like, why would this cause such a big problem?
I guess you were listening. It's cumulative.
Yeah.
You know how we know it's cumulative? Because if we compare the North American datum 1927 to the North American datum of 1983, there's a huge systemic error.
You're talking about the American arc of the parallel?
No,
I'm not familiar with what you're referencing.
the North American datum that was surveyed in 1927.
I thought that was called the American arc parallel.
No.
Maybe I'm misremembering it.
They did a bunch of surveys in North America. This one was for a specific purpose. It's create a data.
And they're using these, and they're using these calculations in them. You're saying that these calculations are changing flat Earth measurements to globe Earth measurements. It's forcing the measurements to conform to the ellipsoid.
Yeah.
But if that was the case, wouldn't we be getting like, distances between cities?
That's why you curve the plumb
really
line.
long, because all these issues would
that's why you
compound on
curve
each other.
the plumb line. Yeah, no, that's why you curve the plumb line. You're interpolating the error within measurement distances.
Yeah, but these errors would compound, like you're saying. So if you're moving the zenith, and it's
how would you know they compounded? How would you know
that it would compound the error?
How would you? Yeah, there is a compounding error that they have to that they correct by interpolating the error between distances.
Yeah. So it's correcting this error. It's not causing more issues to come up.
Bro, this is what you don't understand. They're not measuring between, let's say we have 100 points. They're not measuring between 0.1 and 100. They're summing. They're summing the whole way.
Yeah. But if you were summing the whole way, you're having compounding errors.
How are you going to know there's a compounding error unless you measure the entire distance? If I have 100 measurement points, how am I going to know if there's a compounded error unless I measure 1 through 100?
Sure, you don't
1 to 100.
Measure distance.
Oh my god, dude! You guys got like it's the same fucking gimmick over and over again. Don't ask me what I think about fucking what people can measure and can't measure. I don't care about what they did measure.
Yeah, I think planes do measure distances fairly accurately.
Now we're not going on planes. I still want to know what the reference ellipsoid is for.
You said it.
You don't know.
Why do you keep bringing this up?
You said to make it more accurate because it proves that they don't measure a globe.
That's not what I said.
I know that's not what you. No, you said, why do I keep bringing this up? And I just told you why.
Oh, okay.
It proves they don't measure a globe. Proves they don't
I
measure a
don't
globe.
see how that follows.
Okay.
Do you know what the
It does follow.
what's it called?
Okay. Because they wouldn't need it if they measured a globe. It wouldn't be necessary if they measured it or if there's a globe. They wouldn't need it. Doesn't improve anything.
If it wasn't a globe, then they wouldn't need it. They wouldn't do it. If it is a globe, it makes perfect sense.
Look.
Why would they introduce something that's completely unnecessary?
So why did you just try to straw man me like crazy? I said, I'm going to say it again. If they measured a globe, they would not need a reference ellipsoid. It would not be necessary.
No, they would.
Why? They just measure the globe.
Yeah, you
just measure what it is.
Yeah, because like you were saying, a very small area, you're not going to notice these errors. But because you're using a very small area, you can't like sample. You're not sampling outside of it to see what the particular issue is. Where if you have a large data set that can correct for these errors, then you won't have them. So it makes your small scale projections even more accurate.
How would it make it more accurate? It doesn't exist in reality.
Well, I mean, that's your assertion.
That a reference ellipsoid exists in reality. That a reference ellipsoid, an abstract concept made mathematically in someone's mind, exists in reality.
No, it accurately represents reality.
How do you know that?
Because it's been measured, and if it was incorrect, then it would cause.
They measured the reference ellipsoid, or they measured the Earth. Which one did they measure?
Both.
Both. How did they measure the abstract concept again? What was the instrument? Was it a freaking telekinetic? Was it a telekinetic hat that read minds?
It was. They put it on the ground, and it read the Earth's mind. How did you know? I thought that NASA kept that.
No, it's not the Earth. No, abstract concepts exist in human minds. They don't exist on the Earth.
Yeah. But it accurately represents the Earth. That's why
you just keep chanting that like a nutcase. Okay, you don't know if it.
He doesn't get it because if it represented the Earth and the measurements they took were 1-to-1 with the Earth, then they wouldn't be needing to fit it with the reference ellipsoid. Which you
don't understand that the reference ellipsoid came first. The reference ellipsoid came first.
Before they did measurements of the Earth?
You got it.
Yes.
How long do you think we've been surveying for?
Oh my God.
And how long do you think WGS 83 has existed?
That's a red herring because you don't need that for surveying. But if we're talking about the surveying of the United States or whatever, then we'd be talking about that. You're not talking about surveying for thousands of years, though. That's not what we were talking about, was it?
No, but if you go out and you do enough surveys and then you're noticing errors across these surveys, then you can create a model that corrects for these errors in the surveys. And then you provide that to the future surveyors.
Yeah.
So that their calculations are more accurate. And that's what I'm saying is happening. And you're saying, no, they're only introducing this
you don't get it.
Fudge the numbers to get it flat Earth to be a globe Earth.
Yeah, it's called cherry picking. Fudging the numbers. Do you understand what that is? So they have an abstract concept, and they want the Earth to conform to the abstract concept. In the 1927 datum, so their method was to start in one place, called Fort Meade in Kansas. That was their origin of coordinates. They did astrogeodetic surveying for 6 months to get a latitude, longitude position. Then they surveyed out from that point, north, south, east, and west. They created a North American datum. When they did the 1983 survey, they found that there was a difference between the two that had to be systemic. So basically started at the Ohio River Valley, and as you went east, all the markers were meters too far to the right, with that increasing with distance, north-south. And as they went out to California from basically the Ohio River Valley, the distances were expanded instead of contracted. Right? How do you explain that? How do you explain an increasing error as you go toward the west coast, as expanded error, and then the other way it's an increasing contracted error? Meaning one way the markers are too close, the other way they're too far apart. Increasing with distance. From a common spatial reference point. So they chose one location. Fixed.
Okay.
The systemic error exists. It doesn't matter if you don't know about it.
No, I mean...
There be all these errors. It exists, dude. You just don't know about it. You're claiming it doesn't exist because you don't know about it.
So you didn't actually you didn't really want to ask me a question. That was for a rhetorical.
Yeah, it's rhetorical. Yeah, you're right. That's rhetorical. The point is, these errors exist. The reference ellipsoid exists because they don't measure a globe. That's why they.
Sure.
That's why they exist.
That's your faith position on it. I mean, if you had any actual real measurements,
They wrote it down and said it, dude. It's not my faith position. They wrote it down and said it.
I've been doing a real good job of not interrupting you, but you're like kind of a real asshole about talking over other people.
That's the main point.
So
giving the main point.
Because you have to say some snide-ass comment about somehow I believe that. No, I don't believe that they wrote it down and said it.
Yeah, there are going to be errors in measurements.
No, that
There's
they
always
can't
errors in
measure a.
measurements.
That's not what I'm talking about. You're straw manning again, as usual. So they wrote down that they can't measure a sphere, so they have a reference ellipsoid because they don't measure a sphere.
They wrote that down.
Helmut wrote it down.
Who? Homer?
Homer, who invented geodesy. He's the inventor.
Homer Simpson?
Helmut.
Oh, the Odyssey?
Frederick Helmut.
The book? The book writer?
No, Frederick Helmut. He wrote
Frederick.
Mathematical and Higher Theories of Geodesy.
He said Homer Simpson.
Yeah, he's bricking.
So, I mean, if you had any real measurements of flat Earth, you would be providing those instead of saying this side isn't getting anything correct. You would go out, you would invent some new thing, you would be the talk of the town and be innovating in an industry. And that's why I don't take any of this seriously, because if there was truth to what you're saying, you'd be able to implement it in the real world and demonstrate the truth of your position. Where here it's just, I don't understand this. This is false. This is wrong. It's not any positive evidence.
That's an appeal to utility fallacy. Congratulations.
Do you disagree? If your idea was correct, you would be able to take it and implement it in the world and innovate in a meaningful way.
To do what?
If the Earth was flat, like you could create much more accurate maps. Much more accurate maps.
They're already accurate enough for all practical purposes.
But they're based on a globe.
No, they're not. Another freaking Dunning-Kruger fucking moment for you is about to come up.
So if I went to Google Earth and I measured the distance between Sydney and Santiago,
Do you think Google Earth's a globe?
It would give me an accurate enough
Google Earth's a
measurement.
cylinder. You know that, right? Google Earth's a cylinder.
No, it uses the Haversine formula. You're absolutely incorrect.
Google Earth is a cylinder. No.
If it was a cylinder, I could go to the North Pole and to the South Pole, and they would be the same distance between lines of latitude. That's or lines of longitude. It's absolutely incorrect. No, it uses
Google Earth uses
the Haversine formula.
Google it.
You're
When you
absolutely
get home,
wrong.
Google it. When you get home, Google what Google
I
Earth
know that it uses the Haversine formula. You're dead wrong about this.
Okay. You know that Google Earth as an app uses the Haversine formula.
Yes.
Okay. Can you show me the code?
Because I can do it myself.
Can you show me
It gives me the same answer that Google Earth does.
Can you show me the code?
Hold on.
You can do the Haversine formula yourself.
I googled it for you, Indio. Does Google Earth use the Haversine formula? Answer is no. Google Earth does not primarily use the Haversine formula for distance calculations. It does say it uses Vincent's formula and other more complex algorithms for the Earth's oblate spheroid shape.
There you go. It uses an oblate spheroid, not a cylinder.
Okay, Google Earth is a cylinder because it's a Mercator. It's a universal transverse Mercator, which is a cylinder. Okay, they wrap around
You can easily disprove this yourself. Just go to the North or the South Pole, do one line of longitude 40 degrees apart.
If you would have let me finish,
longitude,
they wrap.
and then do that the same thing in the South.
They wrap the cylinder around the ball, dude.
Oh,
okay,
so it's a cylinder wrapped around a ball.
That's right.
Just a ball.
That's right. So Archimedes proved that these are surface series equivalent. Or no, it wasn't Archimedes? Was it Archimedes?
All right, I gotta go. Have a good one, guys.
I also said, before you leave though, does Google Earth use a cylinder? Yes, Google Earth uses a simple cylindrical projection, also known as plate carré for its imagery base, which is essentially a cylindrical map of the Earth.
For its imagery, yes.
Yeah, so you don't understand what a coordinate system. So the latitude longitude coordinate system is a celestial sphere, not an Earth sphere. This is why you're confused. This is why you're confused, dude. You think latitude and longitude's on the ground. That's your problem.
Yeah, it says it's a 2D cylindrical projection.
I love it. He tried to leave and I gotcha. He's like, "Oh, I gotta go now." Like, shut up. Yeah, that was a good couple hours of explaining that you're assuming the shape of the Earth. That was a good India.
Yeah, we talk about whack-a-mole, gish gallop nonsense right there, boys.
I especially love the part about the surveyors, because the only surveyors that are worth their salt are the ones who can certify a survey. Everybody else is just amateurs.
Yes, get the government-approved surveying. It's like the government cheese. Got to be good for you because it says USDA on it.
I was dead when the guy said, "Yeah, it's both." It's complete contradiction of logic.
Look, here's the funny thing is, that dude, he's obviously a globe zealot, right? So even though he got corrected at least 20 times, he's going to go debate another flat earther and say the stuff he knows is wrong anyway.
Just another brick in the wall.
See, you notice how, like I said, yeah, we measure short distance. We measure a distance where we can eliminate curvature as a variable. How can you measure curvature as a variable? Well, because it's before the horizon. Well, I disproved that with reciprocal zenith angles. That's the conversation he actually wanted to have. Okay? He wanted to get out that horizon shit as fast as humanly possible. Because I've talked to this guy before, or I've heard him before. He's full of shit. He's just full of shit. He just thinks he can just say, we measure reciprocal zenith angles over and over and over and over again, as if somehow just chanting it gives it validity. But it's also called positive reciprocal zenith angles, meaning that the angle measured is greater than 90 degrees, right? You have diverging angles. So if you take the 90 degrees at one theodolite and the 90 degrees at the other theodolite and you sight them in, they'll end up tilted, and that difference will be greater than 180 when you sum the two theodolite readings. But it's necessary, if this is true, with their lumpy gravity, that you're going to have negative angles too. You're going to have angles measured that are less than 180 degrees. So what do you do with those measurements? Oh, you just pretend they don't exist. You just pretend they don't exist, dude.
I love how he doesn't want to give up the ghost and where he's getting his information from. Like, you literally search up on Google reciprocal zenith angles, and the only thing that comes up is, like, anti-flat earthers, right? It's like the first three things. It's like Nicktoon, Jesse Pathelite, Roofy.
Well, that's the thing. That reciprocal zenith angle thing started with Jesse Kozlowski. It's literally like one of the when I first actually looked in the flat Earth, actively pursued looking into it. That was one of the very first things I found was his video about reciprocal zenith angles. The anti-flat earther. If I wasn't convinced by him then, I didn't know nothing. I'm sure as hell ain't gonna be convinced now. Because they're lying by omission. They're even contradicting geodetic surveying themselves. Geodetic surveying says that the level line it's only perpendicular to gravity at the point of the instrument, but then it also says that gravity is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. It also says that the plumb line's curved. So they have to go against their own rhetoric, right? That's written down in the books to even argue that. What was that dude's name?
You weren't paying attention? Because I wasn't.
Dude, I kick ass and don't take names.
That's what you spoke with him?
Yeah, what was the name? Yeah, I was talking.
Mac England. But with I, not with E.
He was in here this morning, too.
Yeah.
Doing the same thing he did. Saying I can't present evidence because I'm in the car. My dog ate it. My dog ate the evidence.
Yeah, I asked him about, we spoke about refraction. What about that water behind the oil rigs? He said that's photons. That ocean.
Photons.
Photons, yeah. So when you observe something, you see photons. I want to know. Yep.
On
Oh,
the
is
low
that what the
record.
YouTube link was?
Yeah. I posted it above the moon doggy. There we go. Yeah.
Cheers, Bladder. Oh yeah, there's hundreds of them. I've got a 45-minute video lining them all up.
All the predictive programming.
Yeah. It's all the little clips. So 45 minutes of just 5-6 second clips, all strung together. Because most people, they know a few of them, like the Supertramp or the Lone Gunman, but a lot of these other ones, because a lot of it was in cartoons and comics and things like that. Yeah, those are the three big ones.
Everything.
Sorry, go ahead.
And then Bush was on record saying nobody could have imagined people flying planes into towers.
But that's exactly what the security officer imagined after the failed attack in, when was it, the 80s? The one the FBI were responsible for? The car bombing?
Yeah.
He said the next attack, will come from aeroplanes. And then the bomb-sniffing dogs were removed 2 weeks prior to the big event. And there was an inch of dust on the windowsills because the buildings were a sealed unit. Because they were so tall, they had to create their own atmos within the building, pumping and circulating air around. And this dust was accumulating on the windowsills, about an inch thick, and they heard lots of drilling and banging and thumping and crashing around within the weeks.
Just another day at the office.
Yeah, big event. The buildings were practically empty. Every floor wasn't occupied, so they were basically dead weight. They had to remove the asbestos. That was going to cost a pretty penny. And that's why so many people are getting sick now, like the rescue dogs. They've all died. Most of the rescue workers have died or extremely ill. That's right. So, the pager, everybody got a pager to not go to work that morning from that company. I can't remember the company's name.
Yeah. And wasn't it? It was Bush's cousin who was in charge of the security
at both places, Dulles Airport and the Twin Towers.
Oh, for real? The Imperial Airport as well.
Nothing to see here, folks. You know.
Yeah. And then that infamous paper they wrote, what was it, a year prior, saying America needed a new Pearl Harbor.
Yeah. North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA.
Yeah, that's it.
We need a new Pearl Harbor.
They certainly got it. Still feeling the effects of that trauma-based mind control to this day.
And this is the thing, Loss. It's the accumulation of all these little details that most are unaware of. And this is, these are all the things that they admit to. This isn't like hidden or underground or shady. It's just people have to go and do a little bit of homework to find it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's one of the scary bits, because if that's what
what's on the surface than what's below could be, you know, how deep does it go? If that's the surface, that's the scary bit. Yeah.
Well, we know it goes as deep as them lying about the nature of the Earth.
Exactly.
True. The people who run the world make plans that span centuries. Absolutely true. Yeah, absolutely. All the way, like, yeah, I'm just weaving around the topic.
See, this is what is so great about the topic being of an objective nature when it comes to globe and flat. You know, is we don't have to speculate about anything. We can go outside into reality and prove whether a claim about the surface is true or not. You know.
Oh yeah.
So if somebody wants to adamantly believe or assert that the moon landings did take place exactly as told, then we would just say, okay, we'll give you that, right? So what is it they show in their footage and all their photo? Okay, they look back and they see a globular Earth, right? Well, that's something we can go out and verify if it exists or not, right? And when we do, and we go out and we falsify it, it's just there's no surface curvature to be found, then the Earth just simply cannot be a globe. So that's falsified your moon landings right there. It's depicting something that we don't find in reality. Therefore, we know it's been faked.
Yeah, and isn't it weird that we haven't returned to the moon, you know, in a long time?
Yeah, well, I have my ideas on why that is. I think it's because you have to remember that the original moon landings were in 1969, right? People got their news off of 2 channels on a black and white 8-inch TV, you know, grainy TV. This was the technology of the day. It was very easy, in fact, for them to pull this hoax off that was the moon landings. But today we're in the world of high definition, right? They had their excuses back then for why there was no star fields visible in the photos they took on the moon, right? But that wouldn't be acceptable today. And basically, it's too complicated for them to repeat it, essentially. So, of course, they come out with all the excuses like the one you see in chat right now, saying, oh, we lost that technology, it's difficult to build it back again, you know, or we've got the Van Allen radiation belts to consider, you know, or, you know, we can't get out of low Earth orbit.
Yeah, that's bonkers. Yeah, that's stupid. Like, I mean,
yeah, yeah, it's just the production level for them to fake it again would be magnitudes more than what was necessary originally. So, of course, the actual objective reason is it's a physical impossibility, you know. I'm not saying that the moon is not some type of terra firma, you know, but the whole nature and shape of things is opposite to what they've told us. So that is the reason they can't repeat the feat. But to even attempt to fake it again is a monumental task that comes with serious risks, I think, for them. Because I think a lot of people, even if they won't admit it in in debate or conversation, they question the moon landings. Most that come in here, they're speaking to flat earthers. They don't want to be wrong about a single thing in front of a flat earther. It absolutely, it's like a sword through their soul for them to concede at any point whatsoever to a flat earther. But I think in their own solitude, they have their questions and doubts regarding these things. So I think the people behind this stuff, they know they'd have far more skeptical and scrutinizing eyes on any production they attempted to put out this time. So they're just going to constantly kick the can down the road with excuses. Or the best they'll give us is probes, and dodgy ass fucking photos of the moon.
I think it has something to do with psychology as well. I mean, the pain of revealing something that's, that you believed that was something, you believed that something was true, and that was the norm, and to say that everything is a lie, it's kind of a painful experience. So one aspect, I mean, you could look at religion as well. If someone's born in a highly religious background, and then someone from the outside says, well, that's wrong, this is the reality, it's kind of traumatizing for that person. So there is a psychological thing about it. And I think it's partly due to education as well.
Yeah, these people have allowed these things to become their identity, essentially. So when you question these things, you think you're questioning an objective thing just regarding society, but you're actually, for them, they're hearing it all as very, very personal attacks. You're essentially knocking away the foundation of their entire identity,
Yeah. This is kind of an interesting aspect to think about, I think, because the way we're educated, it's really not education. I would say we're programmed to know or to memorize something, and we treat it as fact without asking questions. And so,
So indoctrination. It's not education. Education to me is not teaching someone how to read or write or do mathematics. Education to me is teaching someone how to process information. It's how to think. It's how to reconcile issues that may come up with, contradicting information. That's education in my mind. And that's certainly not taught to people.
Yeah, absolutely.
People are absolutely indoctrinated. This is why people that are more political minded, right? And they think that's how they're going to fix the issues of society. The ones that call for more education, they don't even understand what it is they're calling for, fundamentally. It's not a lack of... It's a lack of genuine education that's got us here, not a lack of what we already have as education in society.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we see it, and I assume you're from the UK. You got a UK accent, but we see it in the Western countries, US, UK. You know, we've got absolute large swaths of the population clearly formulating their ideas and concepts from an emotional, subjective place, and that's the foundation of their arguments and what they believe in to be true or not. And that's just it's a total error in thinking.
I think it's probably the same around the world. I think it's not specific.
It's a human thing. It's a human thing, certainly. But I think it's gotten really out of hand on purpose. I might say, you know, it's been done on purpose in the Western nations. We speak to Globers in here, and when they finally realize they're up against the wall and they really have no demonstration for their belief in a globe, they resort to this thing where they just cast off all of reality. They say things. Well, I can't prove anything about reality. I can't prove I have a head. I can't prove I have feet. I can't prove I have hands. I might just be a brain in a vat somewhere, you know. And that's how emotionally tied they are to the globe that they will go to such an extremely irrational place just to attempt to maintain its existence. And you can't reason with people like this, you know. It's the ultimate get out of jail free card in their mind, you know, to just say, oh, well, we can't prove anything to be true, really. So and it's a sight to behold, to be honest, when a person really doubles down on a position like that. I mean, if you want a good laugh, we have a recent debate that happened between one of our more prominent members, Indio, and a PhD called Blitz. And he took this exact route when he could no longer actually defend his position with any tangible evidence. He pretty much cast off reality. So you should go and check that debate out if you get a chance. All right, Loss. Yeah. You have a good night. See you after. Come back anytime.
Stay blessed.
I'm going to mute up here, but there's some new guys that have popped in. Someone else wants to chat?
Yeah. I'm around. If anybody has any questions or anything, I'll do my best to answer them. I know there's a couple other people around too. So. Welcome. Okay.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
And he's gone. Welcome. Welcome. And he's gone. You say the word welcome and people run away. It's really weird. I think some folks hop into the chats like they're kind of channel surfing, looking for something good to listen to. If they don't have something that piques their interest within 8 seconds, they're gone. They're going to go to the next channel. Welcome. Feel free to ask any questions if you have any. You can listen in too, but it's pretty silent right now. So unless you want to hear just dead air, asking a question would probably be the best bet, best move. And they're gone. Maybe some people don't like it when you put the spotlight on them and hand them a microphone the minute they walk in the door. Well, I reckon I'll play a song since it's quiet. Most everybody's left anyway. Welcome. Oh, hey, Matthew. New profile pic.
Okay. It's what?
I see you got a new profile pic.
Oh, this is a separate account. My original account got banned from this server for some reason.
What? What did you do?
Nothing. I don't think
I don't expect that you did. That's why it's like, what the hell? Matthew got banned? How the hell did that happen?
Yeah, if I could get some mod to put it back, it'd save me some time.
Yeah, I'll look into it next time I get a chance, man.
Well, thanks.
I'll ask around.
I haven't noticed as much activity in here lately. I know Wits is over in Earth Awakenings right now, so a lot of people are over there. But
That's where everybody is. Well, maybe not everybody, but that's where a lot of folks are.
well, it's late also.
Yep. Usually it gets busy around 3 or 4 o'clock. And then it'll go quiet a little bit, and then it gets busy about 6, 7. That's been pretty quiet in here for the most part.
There's a Flat Earth meetup in LA on Sunday. I might go.
Sounds interesting, man. Well, keep us posted. You can be like a reporter on scene.
Yeah, Nathan Thompson will be there.
I've noticed most of the meetup type stuff ends up happening over there on the West Coast.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I think there's just LA is a big city, so there's more people, higher population density, so that's part of it. There wasn't a Flattoberfest this year. That would have been fun. Somebody should do one of those big conferences again, like Robbie Davidson did back in the day.
Yeah. I think the last big event was when there was that conference prior to that documentary being released, as far as the East Coast, anyway. Nobody's done anything big since. I really wouldn't want to go to anything too big or flashy. I wouldn't mind meeting up with a couple people, hanging out, talking, but I'm not into big crowds.
Yeah, that's a smaller crowd is usually better, but I don't know. If they had some big event, I might consider going.
Should have something that's like a giant effigy of the globe, and instead of Burning Man, have Burning Globe. You like take some old pallets, treat the wood with certain colored firework type material so it burns that color. Set the whole thing on fire and have a big burning globe. That would be fun.
Oh, you mean kind of like Burning Man?
Yeah. It's Burning Man for flat earthers, so instead of burning the Burning Man statue, we would burn a globe. To have it burn in the proper colors would be the coolest part. That would look really good. Maybe do some videos, take pictures. Be fun. And then the duality of the meaning, anyway, because for everybody, the way that a lot of things have been, it's like the world's already on fire. So no matter what worldview you have, a burning globe works. Stuff like that ends up being chaotic. People, weird things. Welcome, Nemo and Paris. Paris Titawari. If you want, I can't pronounce that. Speak up if you want to pronounce it right. Feel free to ask any questions. Matthew, it's been like this all night. Folks will join in, they'll listen a little bit, then they move. It's like channel surfing. Go to the next channel.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I was about to say welcome to that guy, but he left before I could. Welcome, Linda. Oh, well. Be right back in a couple minutes. I'm going to go grab something to drink. Some water or tea or something. And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome. I reckon I'll play a song or something.
Sounds good. Our little friend Roland. Is he looking to get expunged before he even comes in?
I was just about, I was right about to hit send so that it would start playing the song, and then you unmuted and started talking. So I figure I'll wait a little bit.
Hit. Press the button, man. Press it. It'll shut me up.
Geo Orson, earthly worker, worker of that dirty dirt, and Reza state ruler, rule stated for the church. Joseph's God increases, fortunes over time, and Ed towards a wealthy ward, weird warden of your mind. Homogeneous, universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the radial velocity of extragalactic nebular lust. Big Bang, ape man, monkey ball religion, twisted Roman Catholics, traditions, horizon, more lies known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes and realize just science fiction.
Hey, welcome. I just noticed somebody joined in, so I figured I would pause that and welcome you to the channel. I was talking to you, Mahmoud. Mahmoud? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Okay then, I'm gonna hit play again.
What stars you kneel over? One has turned away from peace unto disaster. It's prime evil, atom theory, and Lumatra is your master. Homogeneous, universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the radial velocity of extragalactic nebular lust. Big Bang, ape man, monkey ball religion, twisted Roman Catholics, traditions, horizon, more lies known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes and realize just science fiction. Geo Orson, earthly worker, worker of that dirty dirt, and Reza state ruler, rule stated for the church. Joseph's God increases, fortunes over time, and Ed towards a wealthy ward, weird warden of your mind. With Tsars you kneel, verse 1 has turned away from peace unto disaster. It's prime evil, atom theory, and Lumatra is your master. Big Bang, ape man, monkey ball religion, twisted Roman Catholics, traditions, horizon, more lies known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes and realize just science fiction. Homogeneous, universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the radial velocity of extragalactic nebular lust. Big Bang, ape man, monkey ball religion, twisted Roman Catholics, traditions, horizon, more lies known, hijacking all prescriptions. Now everyone believes and realize just science fiction. Homogeneous, universe, a constant mass, in increase in radius, accounting for the radial velocity of extragalactic nebular lust. Big Bang, ape man, monkey ball relation, twist.
I have another version of that that's better. I think I uploaded the wrong one because I cropped it at the end so that it wouldn't carry on. Oh well. Yeah, I don't like leaving songs on because people join in and then leave. And I'd rather speak with folks. But then most of the people joining in aren't saying anything anyway. So
Unlike that last chap, he jumps in, speaks while the music's playing. You stop it so you can talk to him. He doesn't talk. You start it up and he starts talking again.
I know, right? I don't know, dude. People.
Just smile and nod.
Yeah. Welcome. Goodbye then. That's why I played the song to begin with, is because people are running away from the word welcome. There's no point in even trying to talk anymore. If somebody wants to post in the side chat and say, hey, can I ask some questions? Then I expect the same thing to happen as with the other two. If I stop the song, they're not going to say anything and then they'll leave or try and talk right when I hit play. How's it going? Figured I'd switch it up a bit and instead of saying welcome, I would say how's it going?
I was going to say, don't say the W word, they run away.
Yeah.
Oh, let's try it this way. G'day, mate.
There we go.
Oh, can't do that either. Back in me box.
Oh well.
Howdy. Hey, G, you're lighting up, but I can't hear you. I haven't blocked you or anything, no? You got 3/4? Yeah, you're lighting up, but no sound. And I can't tell if it's me or you until someone else speaks up. I can hear people coming in and out with the little dum-dum sound, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, I think he was doing this.
Sorry, you shouldn't feedback now. That should be better.
How's it going, Ricardo?
There he is. He's working now.
My girlfriend dumped me.
You told her you're a flat earther, didn't you?
Oh. And he's gone. Welcome, Kingsley. How's it going? Welcome. How's it going?
It's all it's quiet.
Dang. Well, there's somebody over on the home server in the live stream. He's on server mute though.
Is there any way they can set home server up so the only channel that's shown is the welcome channel? And once you've read the welcome channel and scroll down the bottom and click a little button, then other channels appear. So you know that you've got to go to VC check-in, and it's a nice sequence that they can follow rather than just going wherever they want.
Yeah. They shouldn't even be able to see anything until they're confirmed.
Correct. Yeah, so a newbie drops in, they should see like 5 channels. And it's like, oh wow, this place isn't that big. And as soon as they're confirmed, it's just like Hogwarts or some shit. It opens up and it's like, wow, look at this.
It would also make getting verified more desirable.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree. They should be able to do their thing in the lobby. That's kind of like the front end and access the verification channels. But everything else, they need to have some kind of motivation so they'll hop in that BC verification and we can go and get them their roles. More than just so you can control your mic. Oh well. It do what it do. Welcome. How's it going? I think most of them just want to listen to a conversation, and if they feel like they're being talked to directly, they'll just run away. Maybe
Or they just don't like him.
God. Yeah, they might just hate me. I don't know. No, it can't be that because Matrix said different things like hello and good day and other whatever. They still just run away.
Well, if they don't like you, they certainly don't like Matrix. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, he's always angry. Angry Australian. Now, will you try then?
See, here you go. You are just our luck. The next one will come in and it'll be like a 4-hour convo.
Well, it just might be. I mean, fucking Rolling My Boulder just posted something in the text. Yeah, dude, come on in, man. Like, what, is he not allowed or something?
No, Roland's another one of these little text chat parasites that pops up every time someone new comes in. And he'll put weird random shit in there. And it's like I don't know, what is it, like bipolar or something, I don't know. He's one person in side chat, and as soon as he's speaking, he's someone else.
Yeah, I always remember him being so polite and calm and shit, you know?
Well, I tagged him too, so we'll see if he joins in.
He probably saw me and just went, "Yeah, nah, I don't want to deal with that."
Probably. And welcome, Real Abdu.
Yeah, everybody else in the meantime, feel free to speak up. Assuming he actually shows up there, but I won't put money on it. Abdul, what brings you to the chat, man? Haven't seen you around. Abdul, you there? Feel free to
talk to it.
Oh, he can't? Okay.
No, he said hi. He's in side chat.
Oh, yeah. Abdu, feel free to jump on the mic if you have any questions or whatnot.
Hi.
Hey, man. What brings you to the chat? I haven't seen you around.
I don't know. I just need to listen English. I need to learn some English. My English is so bad.
Sounds all right so far. I hear an accent, but everything's coming in clear. So far, so good, man.
Thanks for flirting. But still, my English is so bad.
No problem, man. Maybe you might like to listen to Roland speak. Haven't heard him in a while, but you might enjoy it. Roland, you there?
I am, but I don't really want to talk tonight.
Oh, okay.
It's getting pretty late, so I was just
Tell me
kind of
about
chilling.
Okay, well, floor's open there if anyone else has got a question or whatnot. Feel free.
Can you sing for us?
Me? I don't sing, man. Maybe Roland does.
No.
Don't do it, Matrix. I know what you're thinking.
I thought Roland was a good singer. Roland?
I blame Abdu. It's your fault, man.
Why?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I just say that because we'll break the silence, you know?
Yeah, it's understood. We're just chilling. 2:30 in the morning here. What else is there to do, you know?
Yeah.
What is up, Cruces? If I'm pronouncing it right. Yeah. Welcome to the room, man.
Hello, hi.
Haven't seen you around. Is this your first time here?
Yeah, this is my first time.
Cool, man. Feel free to ask any questions. It's a bit of a quiet night tonight, so floor is wide open if you have anything. Otherwise, hopefully, conversation will pick up, and feel free to kick back. Your comment.
Yeah, I do have a question. Why didn't NASA, send why didn't they repeat the moon mission? I'm sorry, I'm not very good at English.
No problem. I don't know if I could answer that. I think I remember them saying that, one of their spokespeople said that they destroyed the technology to do so. Why they did that, I don't know. But that could be one reason. Or maybe they just can't go at all. Who knows?
Do you think NASA fake landing?
I do, yeah.
Why is it quiet?
Hey? Could you repeat that? I missed it.
I don't know. Why is everyone quiet?
It's a quiet night. Everyone's been bopping in and out, not saying anything, so we're kind of like, okay, no one wants to talk. But then here you are. So you got a wide open door.
I don't have any more questions.
Okay, man. Feel free to kick back if you want. Hopefully someone starts up.
Hello?
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Why do you think NASA faked the moon landing? Why do they? What's the purpose? Why do you think they do it?
I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
I want to ask one question. Why do you think the Earth is flat?
The horizon presents itself to be observably horizontal.
That is just camera angle, bro.
No, because you're not looking through a camera when you see it with your own eyes.
Did you go to space to look the Earth?
You can go to a high enough altitude where you're in whatever you consider to be space, and the horizon will remain horizontal at one would define as being the Kármán line.
I have watched many
But it
videos.
doesn't matter what you see anyway, because the Earth measures to be flat.
No. The thing about
Even on your globe Earth worldview, they say that if it were to be shrunk down to be small enough for you to hold it in your hand, it would be as smooth as a cue ball from a pool table.
no, I meant to say, like if you reflect light from a distance, from a certain height, if you look at from the latest point of view, the height changes.
Doesn't matter. I can show you some stuff from 65 miles up. Would that work? Is that high enough? Or do you need something about the same height of the ISS? It's flat at that level too.
If Earth is flat, why can't I see Newark from?
Easy. Because if I were walking away from you, visibly you would see me getting smaller and smaller and smaller until you can no longer see me because I am walking further away from you. Also, there are certain things related to visibility conditions within the Atmos. So depending on that, you can see further or less. But you certainly aren't going to be able to see all the way across the world. It's for the same reason why if you shine a flashlight underwater in a large enough area, the light isn't going to go all the way to the other side of that, like in a lake or something. It's going to stop. There's things blocking it.
I have nothing to say.
The horizon is optical. It's the optical limitations of your vision within the entire, like if you're at one point you draw a circle of that entire area at the very limit of your vision, that circle of your limit of vision is what the horizon is. You can go out and observe this for yourself. You don't have to take anybody's word for it here. Anybody else has any questions, feel free to ask. Welcome.
Good evening.
How's it going, man?
No, it's all right. I laid down with one of the twins about 7:30 just to watch a little TV with them, and then was going to go to the bed and get some sleep, and then woke up about 10:30, nice and fully refreshed. So
yeah,
I'm awake all night. For better, but mostly for worse.
Oh well. So begins the night shift.
Yeah, I've been doing some work, so been designing a flyer, and then I'm gonna try to hit the bed here very shortly.
Awesome.
I'm gonna get up for a 9 a.m. dentist appointment and try to get some work done tomorrow.
Get
How
some
about
rest,
you?
wake up, and do it all again.
Yeah. Yeah, did our Singapore boy come back?
I think so. I don't know.
No. You were here for that this morning, weren't you?
I might have caught part of it.
Yeah. It's almost like he was here for some sort of Singaporean propaganda.
Oh, now, yep. Yeah, I remember what you're talking about. And no, he hasn't come back.
Yeah.
He was he was very zealotous, and he couldn't understand anything we were trying to explain to him. I kind of like put stuff like that out of my mind because conversations and like that end up being disappointing to me.
Oh, yeah. They're just the run of the mill norm.
Yeah. Welcome to whoever just joined in. Chrono. Here's an open question for any of the globe earthers in here. Why do you believe that the earth is round?
It's a good question.
Be right back. I'm going to step inside for a minute. All right, I'm back.
Yeah, so the real question is, why do these GTs come back here? Like, for instance, a couple Asian characters writes in the side chat, according to the flat earth theory. What in the F is the flat earth theory? How are celestial bodies like the sun and the moon explained? So, I just wonder what it is about these GTs that it seems like they have to always ask compound questions like that. Like, according to the flat earth theory, what in the hell is that? Do you know, AG?
Sounds like they're going to regurgitate a mainstream straw man.
Yeah, because I've never heard of a thing called a flat earth theory. And then to add in, how are celestial bodies like the sun and the moon explained? Well, I mean, pretty simple. We look up, they're there. What more explanation is there?
The thing about the flat earth it does not explain about the lunar eclipse.
Oh, the one where you can see both the sun and the moon overhead at the same time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I see old dude typing. And when old dude starts typing, you know something good is getting ready to be dropped. And now there's another guy in there talking about flat earth theory or model.
Welcome. Welcome.
Hi. What are you guys doing?
Just hanging out. Folks are talking in the side chat, typing. Some people are kind of multitasking, listening in, waiting for a conversation to start. You're the first person to speak up in a while, so kudos to you.
Oh, thanks.
And if you want real wisdom, in the side chat is Old Dude, and he always provides wisdom. Am I wrong, AG?
Yeah, he's like a wizard or something. Like Gandalf, he just knows a bunch of stuff.
I will say that Old Dude is an American hero, a real American hero, but he's not American.
If you have any questions related to the subject of the room here, feel free to ask.
By all means, please do ask. Well, that's what we're here for.
Okay, what do you guys think about the South Pole and the North Pole?
There are places that exist, kind of, maybe, but not really.
Why? If like the Earth is not a globe,
Have you been to either of those
see how?
places?
No.
When it comes to
Gotcha.
directions, like you have different types of north, for example. Like you would have magnetic north, celestial north, and true north.
Yeah.
As far as, because you're probably thinking some cartoon version of the flat Earth that you've seen in the random memes making a mockery of it. Nobody here is claiming that Earth is some kind of space frisbee pizza planet flying around the sun or anything. It's more like you're on the ground. This is the floor of the universe, and everything that you see moving above you is moving above you.
Okay, so do you believe in space?
I don't have to believe in
Like
something
this?
that I see. So the upper space above us, that's clearly real, but the story that we've been given about this outer space place is not. Even in the mainstream narrative, even if somebody went to the moon, the geocorona of Earth reaches beyond that, meaning that nobody went to this outer space place. Nobody has left Earth's atmosphere.
Oh, so what about like not about the moon, but the space and the Big Bang? Do you guys believe in like we came from the Big Bang?
No. That's
You know
a
what's
story
wrong?
created by a man named Georges Lemaitre. His last name means the master. That's interesting. But he and Einstein met up. At first, Einstein completely rejected it, but upon hearing him tell his story, he said that this is the most beautiful and I think it's the most fascinating, beautiful explanation of creation to which he's ever listened. So they ended up coming into agreement over it, and the church and this atheist scientist came up with the origin story for all of us. That's where the Big Bang really comes from, is the church. I think Jay was going to say something. We'll pass the mic to him and digress for a minute.
I was just going to say that I find it interesting that you ask us if we believe in these things. And if they're real, why would we need to believe in them?
No, because you have to put some like you have to believe even if it's true. You have to accept that it's true, you know.
So we have to accept it or we have to believe it. Something just can't be true on its own.
O- Okay, maybe not that word. What I want to know is if you guys, what do you guys think about these physical laws that we are taught every day? You know, because if you're saying that the Earth is not a globe, then a lot of things about space is also wrong. Because
I mean, it seems like your question is dependent on what we think. So
yeah,
what we think doesn't really matter. The truth is the truth.
what is the truth?
You tell me.
Okay, so where did this Earth come from? You know, if you're saying that this, okay, if space does not exist, then what are we? Where is this Earth? And what is the solar system? You know, all that kind of thing.
So let me ask you a question. What is it that makes you think that anybody alive today could answer such a question?
I mean, that's what science is. We are trying to find the truth.
Well, I like how you admit that it's trying. You're not finding the truth, but you're trying. So I do like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you do keep using the word belief and trying and things like that. So when you come into here, we like to talk about things that we know. And we try to avoid the things that we don't know. We try to avoid the things that we believe. And we try to focus on the things that we know. So what do you know about any of the questions that you've asked us tonight? What do you tangentially know?
I know what we I know what science has taught us till now. It's that we started from the Big Bang and then we're
Okay,
solar.
let me ask you this. You say you know what science. So you speak like science is this big monolithic thing. So who is it that gets to decide for all of science and say that all of science says one particular thing? So who is it? Is that you who gets to decide all of science?
No.
Okay. So who gets to make that decision that all of science says one monolithic statement? I mean, as far as I know, there is no organization that's allowed to make a pronouncement that all science must follow.
What about experiments and observation? That's one way to find out.
Okay. So, how do you experiment and use an independent and dependent variable of something like the origin of Earth or the universe or something else? What would your independent variable be to experiment with that?
I thought they did an experiment for the Big Bang, and it was proven that's how.
Okay. So if you thought that, what was the independent variable that you thought they used?
Yeah, if you could provide a citation of some kind to this, because I've never heard of that before.
Oh, okay. I will try to find.
Yeah, now don't forget that in this room here, we don't like to talk about the things that we believe or what we think. We like to talk about the things that we know. So, what is it about any of this that you know? Like, for instance, do you know, have you specifically gone out and measured any curvature of the earth? What kind of evidence of curvature of the earth do you have?
I do not understand the curvature thing. I did try to understand it, but I don't understand it. So I'm not going to debate over that.
Okay. Hey, that's fair enough. Don't you agree, AG?
It was just, if you were to hold a sphere like a ball, that sphere has curvature to it. He was just asking for the curvature of the Earth, because if it's a sphere, then it should have curvature.
Okay, so the Big Bang Theory is not proven. Um, but okay. So what do you guys think about? I mean, about asteroids and meteors. Those are also curved, they're ball shaped. I mean, there's
Okay, so let me ask you this here. Okay, so by the very definition of the word theory that you've used a couple times now, it means that it is something that is not proven. Are you aware of that? So, for instance, if you hear or see the word theory, you might as well replace it with theory tale or fairy tale, because at the end of the day, it's something that might be believed or might be held as evident, but is not evident and certainly is not true.
yeah. Okay.
See, again, in this room, we only want to discuss what's true, what's real, and what we know. So, on this subject, what do you specifically know?
I don't know anything now.
Hey, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's a great admission, because the truth is, very few of us actually know much about any of these topics. So the key is, we want to first be honest about what we know and what we don't know. Frankly, anything else is a lie. Am I wrong, AG?
There's definitely a difference between knowledge and belief. Like you would consider measurements of yourself, like your height, to be knowledge. That wouldn't be a belief, right? It's getting late. I probably should try and get some sleep soon. I'd stick around for a couple minutes, but I really should go.
Yeah, I probably should as well. So, anyway, Peaky, I hope you'll stay around. I hope you'll learn a lot from us. We do like to talk around here, but I think AG and myself, we're going to head off to bed, but I'm not sure who else will be around here to continue to chat, but I certainly hope you'll stay around. I certainly appreciate the chat. It does mean a lot to me, and it's nice to get to know you just a little bit.
Yeah, same. Okay.
AG, if you don't mind, before I go, I want to tell you something a little off the topic.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, we obviously had to move away from where we were living to somewhere else. And where we were living, I had a very good friend of mine who is Hindu. And he told me something that was very, very cool. He told me that the first word that a baby learns, or the first sound that a baby learns, is ah. And the second syllable that a baby learns is ma. So there they come for the word mother, a ma. And that the third syllable that a baby learns is a pa.
They are native speakers.
They come with a pa for dad. Hey, self-improve. I think you're hot micing. Please correct that if you would.
Or beginner level के भी 15 आते हैं.
AG, are you able to stop that?
Yeah.
There we
Yep.
go. Cool.
He left anyway.
But anyway, so for whatever that's worth, every now and then I remember that, and I think that that's really cool that somehow or another they kind of put together that's the first three syllables that a baby learns, and that refers to dad and mom, or well, mom and then dad. So for whatever that's worth, I thought that was really cool. So have a good night, my friend. I appreciate the chat as always, and hope you all have a good night.
Yeah, man. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Those zombies are everywhere, brother.
Yeah. Peace out, man.
So good evening. Oh, good morning, not good evening. Guys,
How's it going, man?
what? What do you want?
Just said, how's it going? Probably going to be heading out soon. It's really late for me. But feel free to ask any questions. Reckon I'll hang out for a minute until I get confirmation that somebody else is around. Oh, old dude's here. Kinda. Welcome. Goodbye. Welcome. Feel free to ask any questions if you have anything related to the subject. You get too tired with this. Welcome back. It's measured that way. You observe it to be so. You observe the horizon to be horizontal. Somebody makes a claim about there being curvature, it's on them to prove to you that it's curved. And my apologies if I'm a bit short. I'm pretty tired. I probably should be going to sleep. Need to go to bed. I hope that another model join in here and take my place. Kind of host the conversation, answer questions, and all that. Usually there are other people on. It's a quiet night tonight. Welcome. Feel free to ask any questions that you may have, and we'll try and do our best to answer them.
Stream this. You guys are streaming.
Yeah, Well,
on YouTube?
yeah, things are mostly recorded because there's times where folks will join in, we'll be having a discussion, and then they start lying or they forget something that's said. And we'll have to go back in the stream and show them exactly how things went down. So otherwise they won't let the point go. But it's kind of like things are recorded for everyone's protection. And to hold everyone accountable. So we're all telling the truth and we're being honest.
You are uploading it on YouTube?
Yes. Things are automatically recorded up there.
Why didn't you go to sleep?
I probably should, but there's no other mods that are active right now. And I'm trying to get somebody to confirm that they're watching this so that I can go to sleep. I don't want to leave y'all here alone and have somebody join in and be talking nonsense or doing anything abusive, like playing annoying sounds through their mic or whatever. I gotta stand guard. That's my job.
Okay.
But I am probably going to log out soon because I don't think I can stay up much longer. It's almost 4 o'clock for me. 4 in the morning.
You should. You sound very sleepy.
Yeah. And welcome to Pilgrim, who just joined. I hope all is well with you and yours. And he's gone. A lot of people have been doing that tonight. They'll join in, listen for a couple seconds, and just leave. Welcome, Shaggy. How's it going, man?
Yeah, good, bro. I'm just gonna listen to you guys have a chat while I cook dinner. How have you been?
I'm doing okay. Better today than I was yesterday. I'm really hoping that some more of y'all Aussies join in and take over the moderation. I don't want to leave the channel unsupervised, and it looks like I'm the only mod that's active right now, so I want to hang out until somebody else shows up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still waiting for my mod permissions. They'll come soon.
One of these days.
Yeah.
I'll mention it though, because you're consistent and you're a trustworthy dude. You would only use that to help protect the room, so.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not really. I don't really appeal to authority, so it doesn't really interest me, to be honest.
Yeah. To me, it's more about helping protect other people from having to deal with nonsense and give them the ability to speak without having trolls come in and interrupt.
Yeah, it's a good point.
It's been a slow night. A lot of folks have joined in. They don't say a word. They listen for a couple seconds and leave. I blame it on 8-second attention spans.
It definitely relates. It's that TV and the phones, got those attention spans down to a minimum.
Well, another thing is folks don't like to kind of have the spotlight immediately shined on them when they join in the room. They're handed the mic. I think people are shy, especially since English is the second language for a lot of these people. So putting folks on the spot might be part of it. Maybe I should stop welcoming everybody.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that because I was pretty shy for a good year when I started coming to 24/7.
Yeah. Some of it might be just confidence issues in general. Like, I'm a native English speaker. I had confidence issues when I first joined in. Didn't want to talk on the mic too much. I'd listen, say a couple things. But it took a while to become comfortable with it.
Yeah. It's not like the other channels where you join and people just speak over each other. Like, people around these channels have a bit more respect, so kind of want to give that respect and not be a douche.
That's one of the coolest compliments that we get from a lot of folks is that we run the channel in a way that nobody else does. Everybody's just kind of chaotic, talking over each other, and stepping on each other's toes, and we just go one at a time so that everybody gets heard.
Yeah, they come in, they're not used to it, are they?
It's called order.
Yeah. I like to like appeal to a conversation in a group in person. You know, would you speak like that in person? Speak over people? I don't think you would. So why would you do it here? You know, we're still all.
I think some folks would, and it's just how they were raised, like in their family, in their household, in competition with siblings or something or whatever, talking over each other just to feel like they're heard, just to get a word in.
Yeah, and schools.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
That is kind of rebellion, have to raise your hand kind of thing. Sorry, go ahead.
Hi.
How's it going? Welcome to the chat.
Yeah. What are you talking about, guys?
It's kind of small talk, not really talking about too much right now because nobody's in here to ask any questions related to the Earth. I was just seeing how my friend here, Shaggy's doing. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
We talk about flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, we observe the horizon to be horizontal, very high altitudes. So if somebody claims the Earth is a sphere, then it's on them to prove the curvature, because the burden of proof is on the one making the claim, considering a horizontal horizon is the observation that everyone shares.
I don't share that. I wear fisheye lens glasses.
Oh, Lord. That must make it really hard to walk.
It does, yes.
Welcome to the chat, man.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, it's been a pretty quiet night tonight. Hopefully somebody joins in, asks a couple questions.
Can you explain to me about flat Earth?
Kind of a broad subject. You have to be more specific. That's why I encourage people to ask questions. If there's very specific things that you want to know. I mean, I could show you the horizon. I could show you measurements related to the Earth. But to explain what Earth is, Earth's Earth. Also, keep in mind, it's like almost 4 o'clock in the morning for me. I'm too tired for this. Somebody else really should come in and take over.
I'm cooking AG, otherwise I would, brother.
No worries, man. I'm mostly just staying posted so that no trolls come in irritating everybody. Let everybody be able to speak. This guy doesn't even have a screen name. It's just a period. To the guy with the period for his screen name, everything has a vanishing point, and you can't see light through Atmos forever. Like, we have gases around us. I think the misunderstanding is this. You're probably trying to take this Pizza Planet Space Frisbee and put it into a heliocentric model, which would involve a sun that's 93 million miles away. And none of us are saying that about the sun at all. The thing is, because there's measurements related to the ground, it doesn't matter what's happening overhead. Any optical phenomenon in the sky or along the horizon is happening over a flat Earth. Well, welcome. Welcome.
For real, bro?
Yeah, you can discuss it in here in the voice chat like a man. I took away your ability to post in the text because you keep on doing this sophist rhetoric like a child. Now, if you can't behave yourself in here, I'm going to give you the boot from this place as well. So you have one chance.
What is it?
Prove that your claim is true. We observe the horizon to be horizontal. You claim that there's curvature. Prove it.
I was going to write one final text, but
I
I
don't
don't
care.
have the permission.
I do not care.
Belief is what you think it is, no matter how many people say Earth is round, you will still say Earth is flat.
It's because you have a religious claim and you keep chanting like a religious zealot, like a cultist.
No, think of
Pathetic.
way.
No, you're pathetic.
Wait, let me explain. You might be.
I don't care. You had your chance to explain before. I'm telling you now that you're in a religion. It's called heliocentrism. You worship the sun and you think that anybody who says anything that contradicts what you've been saying is a lie. And the reason why you believe it's a lie is because you've been indoctrinated. And the fact that you can't critically think about yourself tells me volume. It speaks volumes. It tells me all that I need to know about you. Grow up. Nobody claimed anything that you were claiming. You just make up a bunch of straw man arguments. You create a cartoon in your head and then you act like that's the truth. You act like everybody lacks intelligence except for you, like you're smarter than anybody else in the room. And the reason why you're doing that is because of the cognitive dissonance that you're suffering from right now. You feel uncomfortable, so you have to lash out and attack other people instead of focusing on the subject matter, which is the earth itself. You kept on striking out at me and others because you have a personal problem. That's on you, dude. Oh, good. Professor Triangle's here. If you'd like, we can unmute this shadow guy. You might find him entertaining for a minute or two.
Oh, you can go ahead. I didn't know you had people muted. It's quiet in here. You got to let them run around naked sometimes.
There you go, Shadow. Feel free.
Maybe he's shy now.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
You guys get any smart globers in today, or just the same ones that just say the same shit?
Crap this day. In fact, most of the people that joined in didn't say anything at all and left within a couple of seconds. I would say welcome, and they just freaking leave.
Stop scaring people away.
I know, right? I think I need to be a nice flat earther like you. I'm gonna avoid saying welcome in case it scares anybody else off.
You'll have to try a bit harder than that to scare me.
Play the AOL welcome when people come in. Welcome. You've got mail.
Yeah, this Shadow Orc guy, kind of a bigot. If you scroll up in the side chat, you can see all the nonsense that he was typing before. No matter what I said to him, he didn't care. He would just continuously spew out insults. Really just waiting for me to hit send so that he could write whatever response he was writing because he wasn't listening at all.
He says that GPS satellites are sky stickers. That's crazy. He thinks they're stickers.
I'm saying he's a strawman farmer. That's some little brother syndrome stuff right there. Just come up with the most random crap to say because whatever, right? Now he's too shy to say anything at all. He came in here talking on the VC after I took away his text from. A little bit butthurt over it. But then he continued with the same crap, trying to paint a straw man. Nope, no more. They don't like it when you tell them to stop playing.
Because they actually think they're doing a good thing.